Now we are live.
No, we're preparing.
We're still preparing.
Oh,
Not yet.
now we are live.
Ready?
Okay, we are live and live streaming on YouTube.
Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and
Microphones on, everyone?
microphones are on. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for August 7th, 2023.
All right, Commissioner Sheta will not be present at today's hearing. I want everybody to take note of that. And before we start today's hearing, I want to take a moment to remember a dear colleague of ours, Steve Jules. He was a valued member of the BSA team, and we lost him last week. Many of the listeners may not know Steve. But he worked behind the scene. His contribution to streamlining our portal system, managing our system and website was integral to our daily operation. But most importantly, because of him, the board did not miss a single hearing during the pandemic. And most of all, he was one of the most kindest, gentle human beings. We will miss him. And I just want to take a moment of silence.
Right? Okay, so the following are adjournments. Item number 16008 BZ 6051 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn. 2021-48 and 2021-49A, 42 and 72 Schmieg Avenue, Staten Island. 2022-65 BZ 2503 215 19 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn. Deferrals. 2017-262 BZ 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. 2018-173 BZ 128 Beach 9th Street, Queens. 2021-35 BZ 957 Grand Street, Brooklyn. 2021-83 BZ 80-7400 88th Street, Queens. 2021-84A 6301 Amboy Road, Staten Island.
I want to say something about this one. The applicant has requested additional time to evaluate options to revise the application. As stated at the last hearing, the board expressed concern regarding meeting the findings for a parking variance at the site or GCL. So the applicant has requested another 45 days. If no submissions are submitted within 45 days, then board shall dismiss this case.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next case, 2022-38 BZ 4902 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. Decision items. 3109 BZ 11704 Supton Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, the application sent a notice of initial filing, a letter to community board and elected officials, notifying them of the scheduled BSA hearing of today. The notice of initial filing should have been made after filing the application, and a notice of hearing at least should have been submitted prior to the initial hearing. None of those were met. The applicant to date has made no effort to clean up the site and has made no effort to meet any of the prior board's conditions. After providing detailed guidelines of submission requirements, directing the applicant to respond to outstanding conditions, it leaves the board with no choice but to dismiss this application for lack of prosecution. So I make a motion to dismiss for the lack of prosecution. Prosecution.
You want to add the lack of jurisdiction as well?
No, I don't think we can
Dismiss
do.
it properly.
Oh, because we did end up scheduling a hearing, even though it was, notice was not filed. So we kind of, General Counsel, what do you,
We're dismissing. It can be for lack of jurisdiction.
it can be
I'm sorry, it can be for lack of prosecution.
lack of prosecution. We don't need to do jurisdiction. Okay. And I also want to, let, the project managers and our council know that we should notify Department of Buildings and Fire Department that this case is being dismissed, so they should be keeping an extra oversight on this site.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
so motion to dismiss,
Yes,
Chair Shonda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon,
Aye.
sorry, I'll go back to the other page.
The item is dismissed for lack of prosecution.
Sorry, thank you. Item number 11, 88, was not number 11, sorry. 8877 BZ through 9077 BZ, 220 East 86th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, we received a revised zoning analysis for the R8B portion of the site. This is, as I stated earlier, this is an amendment for the application to enlarge the zoning law to transfer the unused development rights from the subject variance site into an abutting site for an as-of-right development. It meets the Bella Vista case. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Commissioner Yoon,
Aye.
this application has been granted.
I just want to go back to the first case. I did say lack of prejudice. Is it without
It's.
Dismissed.
lack,
it's not-
dismissed for lack of prosecution?
Yeah.
But is it without any
It's
pros-
irrespective of prejudice. They can refile the application. This is just being, it's not being withdrawn with or without prejudice. It's being just dismissed for lack of prosecution. But while we're on it, again, this is a review session, so I'm going to lower Mr. Chrysler's hand in the waiting room, but we are not going to be hearing this application today as the board has just dismissed it for lack of lack of prosecution, excuse me.
Thank
And I'm gonna lower your hand again.
Hmm.
If you have any questions about about this application, Mr. Chrysler, I suggest you contact the board office and the project manager. We have a public hearing and a review session and public hearing to move through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on.
Yes, please.
Next item, 27190 BZ, 6801 Queens Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received revised plans, and this site has been restored to a better condition. Photos have been provided. So I was satisfied with the improvements that the applicant has taken under board's direction. So I want to make a motion to, are all the commissioners satisfied with the submission that was made? Okay. So I want to then make a motion to approve with conditions that parking space for used car for sale shall be limited to 8 cars at any time. DOB shall review signage and determine compliance with C2 zoning regulations. Tires shall be kept inside the building outside of business hours. No repair work shall take place outside the building. There shall be no parking of vehicles on the sidewalks. And owners shall maintain the 68th Street frontage and keep it free of weeds and trash and debris. Well, trash and debris, same thing. But
Good.
Yes.
So the motion to approve.
Aye.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Next item is 82067BZ, 41 Barker Street, Staten Island.
Okay. So the applicant has made some corrections. Is everybody okay with it? All right, so then I make a motion to approve with following conditions. Upon renewal of the spray booth certification, a copy shall be submitted to BSA. If it is not renewed, then the operator / applicant shall notify the board and revise the plan. There shall be no parking of vehicles on the sidewalk. The resolution shall note the hours of operation for auto repair being Monday through Friday, 8 AM to 5 PM, and Saturday, 8 AM to 1 PM. However, the Saturday operator may work, but no one is allowed to drop off or pick up the cars. And there shall be no drop off or pickup of cars after business hours on weekdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. All garbage containers shall be kept inside the building and brought out only only prior to pickup.
Does the board have any interest in putting a time bar on obtaining that spray booth certificate renewal?
I believe, let me go through my notes. I believe it's expiring. I believe it's expiring next year. So so I think it, at least within a year,
Within 1 year of expiration?
within 1 year of expiration. That might be whenever it is going to expire within 1 year. I do not know how long the process takes, but within
It
1 year.
expires July 19th, 2024.
July 19, 2024. Okay. So within 1 year of July 19, 2024.
Okay. So
Okay, thank you.
the motion to
Yes, motion to approve with those conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application's been granted. 91559BZ, 59-12 Fresh Pond Road, Queens.
Okay.
If you just speak up.
I have to speak up. All right. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Can hear you. Your mic is on.
Yeah. I can't get any bit closer than this.
We can hear you, Chair.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
good.
Uh,
Good. 91559BZ, 59-12 Fresh Pond Road, Queens.
So I then make a motion to approve with the following conditions. That the lumen level on the site shall be shielded in accordance with the approved plan by spring of 2024. Trash enclosure shall be provided by spring of 2024. Resolution shall note that the board suggested that the applicant plant trees at along the sidewalk of 61st Street to help maintain its condition and from vehicles not parking on the sidewalk. The applicant declined, citing high cost of planting street tree. So instead, the applicant proposed to work with DOT to post no parking signs to prevent vehicles parking on the sidewalk along 61st Street. This is more for future boards to know that this was a suggestion made and the applicant chose an alternative.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2016-4348A and through 2016-4353A, 85-1415 7th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, this is an approval for an extension of time for 4 years. Motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2020-85 BZ, 114 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn.
I'm just going through my notes. So we received revised plans with DEP notes added, and we have received, I believe, all the necessary secra sign-offs, right? Ms. Benke?
Yes.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve with the following conditions, and first of all, the DEP conditions. And Ms. Benke, correct me if I'm wrong, all community air monitoring plan readings shall be made available to DEP for review. Is that still a condition, or that has been met?
I can check. That usually happens after our application, but let me check.
So while Ms. Benke is verifying that, I will start with the other DEP conditions that were made. Proposed waterproofing membrane, a vapor barrier system detailed in the final RFP shall be used unless an amendment is approved by DEP. A professional engineer shall certify a remedial closure report at the completion of all remedial activities. The report shall indicate that all remedial requirements have been properly implemented. Closure report shall be submitted to DEP for review and approval. A TCO shall not be issued until DEP has approved the closure report. The resolution should note the owner's commitment regarding the lease term alerting the prospective tenants regarding cellar room being utilized not for sleeping or habitation purposes. And these conditions shall be included in the CO. And Ms. Benke?
Yes, that condition stands.
Okay. So
I just want to add that they'll have 4 years to obtain the CO.
they have, yes, 4 years to obtain the CO, yes. So the other condition added to is that all community air monitoring plan readings shall be made available for DEP review.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Benke.
You're welcome.
Okay, those are my recommendations.
Okay, so the motion to approve.
Yeah.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2022 40 BZ, 334 Van Duzer Street, Staten Island.
No submission was required. Make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2021 41 BZ, 12205 Merrick Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. So make a motion to approve with the following conditions. Most of them are DOT conditions. All sidewalk and curb cut improvements are subject to DOT review and approvals post BSA approval. Applicant / DOB is required to submit the required builder's pavement plan and all required drawings per DOT specifications and required for a DOT review and approval. Motor vehicles queuing shall not be allowed to spill back onto Merrick Boulevard, including blockage of the sidewalks because of the operational and safety concerns. If this condition fails to be met during operation of the facility, BSA in consultation with DOT or DOB will take action with BSA to revoke approvals for the drive-through window and or the curb cut. The applicant will be responsible for all constructions associated with the design and the site-related improvements. And the last is all storage tanks shall be removed and closed per DEC regulations.
Okay, motion to approve. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2022-42A, 30 Page Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we received a DOT letter last Friday. And there were some comments that were there, I believe are relevant to the GCL 35 as they affect the site plan that BSA would approve, such as comments number 4, 5, and 6. So I believe we need to defer it until the comments affecting the site plans are comments affecting the site plan, they've been addressed. Or and our office should reach out to DOT and the applicant for clarification.
And I would ask the applicant to reach out directly to council's office to resolve this.
Yes, thank you.
2022-45A, 155 Skillman Street, Brooklyn.
No submission was required. Make a motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Excuse me. 2022-76 BZ, 175-33 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
We received revised plans and photos of improvements made to the site, including the sidewalk being repaved along 59th Avenue and removal of debris. So I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. 2022-79 BZ, 9000 Shore Road, Brooklyn.
Okay, I'm just scrolling through my notes. Just give me a second. So the application was closed, but the record was kept open. The board received a peer review report regarding traffic congestion and parking regarding the proposed development on the subject site. It was prepared by Swan's engineers on behalf of United Neighbors of Bay Ridge, a group of homeowners surrounding the subject site. Also received 2 objection letters. The applicant's team reviewed the peer report and responded to the recommendations made by Swan engineers. Upon review of both the reports, I'm satisfied with the responses provided by the applicant. All throughout the review process, neighbors, community board representatives, public officials have been very engaged and very diligent in raising their concerns with the current operation and future plans. And the peer review report is an outcome of the concern the community has had, which the board has been made aware of. And I want to thank the community and the elected officials for raising these concerns. The board in its deliberation throughout the process has been cognizant of the community concerns, and so has been the applicant. While the board's scope of the action is limited to the findings of the special permit, it has ensured that all relevant findings are met and concerns related to the findings raised during the hearing were addressed. This has resulted in a better site plan, which is the option 2 plan, with better vehicular circulation within the site without sacrificing the existing green open space within the campus. Also, per board's direction, the applicant did multiple on-site parking utilization studies to determine the capacity and parking demand. The board was satisfied with the analysis and determined that the reduction in on-site parking spaces would not result in parking shortfall, and with the combination of revised plan, the proposed project will not cause traffic congestion and will not have adverse effect on the residents in the surrounding area, and thereby meeting all the findings of the special permit. I want to take this opportunity to ask each of the commissioners if they during the when I read out the after I read out the motion to approve, or if you want to now, you can. Maybe this would be a good time if you all want to make a statement, and if you believe the applicant has met the finding. We did close it, so, but I still want to hear it from you based on the review of the peer document and the responses provided. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I did review the peer review document. I found that it may have been making a few assumptions, such as the assumption that the unidentified vehicles were faculty users and should be considered of a parking demand that the site generates. I think that was a broad assumption, but I do want to thank the applicant in responding to the peer review. And I think that response really did shed a great deal of light as to some of the concerns, that the applicant that the community may have. And I certainly, as you stated, I do appreciate the community's concerns. I think it's important to note that the applicant did take some rather large steps in the creation of this project to address some of those concerns, including but not limited to addressing the stormwater and sewage issue that it was having, the community has, and actually that this project in the state that it is currently is being proposed will create a reduction in both that sewer and stormwater. With regard to the parking study, the applicant has provided ample evidence that it would meet the findings. Now, in that regard, we at the BSA, this is a very, very limited review that we are permitted to have with regard to this special permit. Had this been a variance or some other type of application, we could have gone into greater detail or went into different areas, but the findings here are very, very limited in scope. And I believe the applicant has met those findings. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with both you, Chair and Vice Chair, that the special permit findings here are very limited in scope. They have to do with whether or not the affordable housing that's being contemplated is below a certain income limit. And if that's met, whether or not the revised site plan is a better site plan, which I believe that they have met. They've also shown that through 2 parking demand studies, that regardless of whether or not you consider solely residents and staff of this community or residents and staff who are permitted parkers as well as non-permitted parkers, there's still actually parking availability on this site. So I feel that they've actually met the findings, and I have no more comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Young?
Thank you. I also agree that all the special permit findings have been met, and I wish the applicant team the best of luck in providing much needed senior housing in Brooklyn. Thanks.
Thank you. So I then make a motion to approve with the following conditions. And these are mostly DEP related conditions. The applicant shall inform DEP of any updates regarding the proposed new landscaping of the proposed design changes and additional because additional testing may be necessary. The building shall provide a minimum window wall attenuation of 25 dBA along with an alternate means of ventilation in order to achieve SECRA and HUD interior noise level requirements. The building shall utilize electric system for heating and hot water. At the completion of the project, a professional engineer certified shall certify the remedial closure report and shall submit to DEP for review and approval. Yeah, motion to approve. Sorry.
Motion to approve?
Yeah.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. I will make a note for the record. We unfortunately did not list a decision item that was supposed to be on this calendar, which we will decide on tomorrow. It is 2022-18BZ, 64 Butler Place, Staten Island. My apologies to the applicant, but we'll have that on the calendar tomorrow. We'll vote it out tomorrow. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item 2021-50BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn.
I just have to say, we are just reviewing 40, now 45 cases. Up till, without the butler, it was 44. So one more, doesn't matter, 45 cases only in 2 weeks span. And I really want to thank the staff, everybody, because there's a lot that happens behind the scene between our council, project managers team to herd everybody and get all the information. So it is much appreciated. While we do review the 45 cases, everybody's also working with us. Okay.
Sorry.
So yes, Lawrence Avenue. So I'm just going through scrolling through my earlier notes. The application was last heard on March 14th. We did receive a DOT sign off. DEP also issued a sign off on air quality, but I believe there is still some outstanding issues with regards to the DEP noise. Ms. Benke, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. We received the response and sent it to DEP last week.
Great, thank you. And I believe an E designation for hazmat will also be placed on the site.
I have to check. I don't have a note on that.
Maybe I misread it. If you could verify
I'll
that.
check. Yeah.
Anything else?
No, as directed by the board, the applicant is committing to provide cross guards at arrival and dismissal times. And in addition, per DOT sign-off letter, the applicant is committing to provide school bus services for students in middle school, 6th through 8th grade. And the school is also committing to perform follow-up traffic monitoring at the intersection of McDonald Avenue and Lawrence Avenue, and also 47th Street and Parkville Avenue within 3 months of school opening and within 6 months of full occupancy. This is an ongoing discussion, so we need to resolve that, because anything that comes up the noise study will affect the site plan and the design.
You're correct about the E designation. Sorry, I must have omitted that from my notes.
Okay, so it is, so then right, okay. All right, so I want to now go to our commissioners, Vice Chair Shibeta.
I have no further comment.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm pleased that they've incorporated the additional suggestions into their revised D finding. I have no more comments.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
I have nothing further.
Commissioner, do you want anything, Commissioner Shadow?
No, there wasn't any comments
Okay.
from Commissioner Sheta.
Okay, move on to the next case.
Mhm.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items, 295-57 BZ, 14615 Union Turnpike, Queens.
Okay. The application was last heard on April 10th. Per applicant's cover letter, a community board recommendation has been received, though I did not see a community board report. So if a project manager can reach out to the community board and get a copy of it, or the applicant can provide it, that would be great. A compliance chart has been provided addressing all the past conditions. An engineer's letter has been provided regarding the storm drains on the site, and based on the engineer's site visit and observation, there has been no issues with flooding on the site, and there isn't any storm drain. Since there is no drainage issue on the site, the engineer believes additional drains are not needed to be installed. I have a question, and this is for Commissioner Yoon. Maybe you can shed some light on this. Are there code requirements for installation of storm drains?
Yes, I mean, DEP requires that every site drains its own stormwater within the confines of its own site and is controlling it through some means of sanitary or sewer connection that is tied into the city infrastructure. So they mentioned a dry well under the canopy. Without knowing what the underground plumbing situation is there, I imagine I'm also confused that they say there are no drains on site, but there's no problem with drainage. Because there must be some way that the water is going somewhere. That is
Yeah.
hopefully legal, which is within the confines of your site and that it's being properly handled, so. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you exactly, that's what I was also a little baffled with. Is how are you addressing the drainage system without any drains being on the site?
Right, I would say it's not necessarily our jurisdiction to say how the site should drain, but it's a strange comment to say there are no drains.
Right,
But there has to be something if it's going to
Yes.
an underground driveway.
yeah,
So,
otherwise it's a very dry well.
yeah, so I think that, I think that that's meritorious of a clarification because
Yes,
those two statements can coexist.
yeah, okay, good. Plans have been revised regarding the sign analysis, but I don't think the sign analysis chart corresponds with the sign chart that is included on the plan sheet drawing page number 004. So the applicant should look into that. Those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibata.
I didn't see any photographs of the removal of the storage bin. The cover letter stated that they were going to remove a storage bin, remove outside merchandise, and clean graffiti, and they stated that these things are in progress, and that photographs of same would be submitted under a separate cover. I did not see any such submission, so I'm still waiting on an update for that. The other comments with regard to drainage, I think we've discussed. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with Vice Chair. I'm still awaiting the photos of the various things that they have accomplished, the improvements on site.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Yes, same comment. It's been 4 months since we last heard the case, I believe, so we're just waiting for these photos.
Yeah, it has been a while, so I'm not sure why it's taking so long for the applicant to address these concerns. Thank you. Next case.
No, I just want to say something. Friday, anything come in? Oh, no. Okay. It was just a message. All right. Okay. All right, new cases, 2241-72BZ, 132-136 East 37th Street and 281-287 Lexington Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. The committee board has voted to approve this application. This is an application for an amendment to modify hours of operation and ground floor access for the arcade and installation of fencing in conjunction with the hours of, as I mentioned, our new hours of accessibility. This site has an arcade that is located along East 37th Street that is open to public for 24 hours as a privately owned public space under that formula. Back in 1972, board had granted a variance for a floor area waiver and a lot coverage and lot room per area height setback. And modification of the street level location of the arcade. As you recall from the photos and from my site visits, the site slopes towards 37th East towards 37th Street. So the arcade is at grade on Lexington and then it starts sloping towards 37th. And so the arcade is elevated at 37th Street and the building is is located on top of it, and there are several columns located within this arcade. So the applicant is proposing to amend the hours of operation from 24 hours to a limited hour of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., April 1st to October 31st, and 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. from November 1st to March 31st. This is a similar hours of operation that one sees on other privately owned public spaces, pop spaces. The applicant is providing additional fencing, new lighting, landscaping, and furniture in this arcade. And the reason for these changes, the applicant is stating, is that because of where it is located, this has become a somewhat of a nuisance. It has become of late as a site that is very unsafe, unhealthy, and has also resulted in some vandalism. So security is an issue, and there have been, and I think some illegal activities have occurred in this arcade. So because of that, this arcade is not at all being used by public. I would say it was never being used by public because of the location and way it is designed. I used to live around that area, so I know this area pretty well. There's a community facility that also abuts this arcade, SSMA, and up till recently, they had direct access to the arcade, and due to all these issues that I mentioned earlier, it has stopped using the arcade and has closed off. But it wasn't quite clear to me from the plans or as to what is it, how, if there was a direct visual or a physical access from the SSMA to the site and how that area was used by SSMA. So as I mentioned, this arcade area is a maze of columns, not a pleasing space currently, and lacks visibility, which makes the space very unsafe. I just, in the plan, I would like the applicant to indicate the entrances to the community facility and the residential buildings, because it seems there are several staircases that are landing into the arcade. So I want to know, are these primary entrances or secondary means of exit? And is it to the residential or community facility or to the SSMA facility? And under the proposed plan, will a portion of the arcade be continued to be used by SSMA? So the programming of the current arcade is very sketchy. Maybe there wasn't any to start off with, but at the same time, I feel the response that the applicant has provided is not going to be a solution that they are looking for to address the concerns that they raised. The proposed improvement, as I said, will not address the issues the applicant is trying to address. I would strongly recommend the applicant look into the history of Harmony Atrium, which is located near Lincoln Center. It is the one that has seen the transformation. If one has seen the transformation of this atrium, one would know and take lessons from it as to what works and what does not work in an atrium such as this. And what is being proposed would be one of those list of items that would not work. Providing chairs and tables can activate the space, but it needs to feel safe. And so far, the design solutions that's been proposed would not make one feel safe. The applicant needs to focus on what would make the space safe. The ceiling of the arcade is uninviting. It can be colored up. There can be interesting ways one could color up the ceiling, lighting. You could put mirrors. Who will use the multipurpose area that is being proposed at the furthest end of the arcade? Is there a planned program for this use? Do you have a tenant who is going to use it? Are security cameras placed in the arcade? Can SSMA provide visual and physical access to the arcade to activate the space? My concern is that the proposed fencing will only encourage the space to be kept closed over time, as the proposed amenities will not attract proper use of the space. And the fencing, as shown, even though it's not designed, or it just, to me from outside, it looks like a space. If I'm in, I may be more boxed in, and it feels like a cage. So I am not sure it is the right design or the right approach. I I was thinking, as I was doing it, I was trying to think if there is any other way to make the space more physically attractive and make the space physically active. Like, can you provide a meandering pathway, colorful meandering pathway, the rainbow pathway, I would call it, through the space, which somebody can use as a jogging exercise with some interesting notes on it. Or a mini climbing wall, maybe the kids in the building can use that. Can a reflective surface be used to make the space appear more interesting for people to play around? So there, I think, ways and tools that this can be made interesting and inviting. So far, the proposal is very passive, and it is not going to result in any activation of the space or would attract anybody to want to come and sit there and sip their cup of latte. Because there is nothing that would draw to them. So that is my concern with this space. There are 2 ECB violations, which are related to the zoning. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. And those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for your comments. I believe that they were very thoughtful and thought out about how to address the concern and problem that the applicant has put before us. I didn't have any comment to the application, but I do think that following those suggestions would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I thought this was a reasonable request. It's clear that this plaza has been abused by members of the public. And as a result of that, I feel that their access to the plaza should be controlled, because I don't feel that the residents of the building should have to withstand that kind of unsanitary and also at times illegal behavior. That being said, I think that they probably could add additional security, implement different security plans. For instance, they probably should have some kind of video camera monitoring, or perhaps even security guards who would wander the place at night to ensure that nobody does get past movable fences, because if fences are movable, one questions whether or not they can really prevent people from accessing the site.
I don't think the fences are movable. I think it's going to be a rolled gate.
It's going to be a rolling gate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree that the efforts to control the space seem reasonable, but that design-wise, more efforts could be made to actually improve the publicness of the space. I went to the site. It is a very uninviting space currently. I didn't see anything particularly interesting. It was just very sterile, and there's no landscaping, there's no furniture. And I didn't see any comment from the applicant about improving lighting, but you did mention that they were going to. So I'd like the applicant to clarify if there is going to be any proposal for lighting. It wasn't part of the drawings. I think the fence design saying that, that will be determined at a later date. I think it's important that we approve the project with a fence design proposal, because I think that's very important in whether or not the POPs will still feel public or if it will feel ultimately like a private space. As a suggestion, ways to control access while not creating a cage-like environment would be using glass instead of metal fencing. There are different materials that will provide light and airiness to the space as opposed to feeling cage-like. This is also used as the main entrance, it seems, for a couple of office spaces, medical offices, and then a New York State Health office. So also maybe improving the main entrance portion of the arcade so that at least there are people who are using this space actively to go into these office spaces, but there's no effort to make this feel like a main entrance. So I believe the proposal is reasonable as far as the use and the intent, but I think the design efforts need to be amped up in order to actually make this a successful public, a privately owned public space. That's all I have.
Yes.
So just wanted to jump in on that one question. It seems that the applicant got got a variance under 7221 for a non-complying arcade. Arcades are controlled and defined under 3780 of the zoning resolution. Pops are controlled under 3770 of the zoning resolution. Many of the ales that the board is discussing in agreement with the applicant are POPs requirements. Now, biz records, DOB biz records report this as a POP space. Our records demonstrate that this is a non-complying arcade. POPs have requirements to be open to the public 24 hours a day. Arcades do not. One of the ECB violations that you mentioned is a POPs violation for having what's known as hostile architecture on ledges. That's a POPs requirement. Again, this is a variant, so if the board doesn't like it, it goes. But the applicant should drill down into what this space is and what its requirements are before seeking what the proposal is. Arcades have
So here is a little bit of what I remember from my days at DCP when I used to review arcades and pop spaces. There is a distinction. Yes, arcade is enclosed and pops is open, but there are some design elements that are interchangeable. Hours of operation, there are pop spaces that are open 24 hours, and there are some pop spaces that do have an hours. And this hour that is proposed is very similar to that. There are some pops designs like hostile design, like especially you don't want skateboarders to skate along the surface. So you put these metal rods to prohibit from, what is the term called? Grinding or something like that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Something, I'm sorry, I'm old.
Yeah.
I'm old. I would love to learn skateboarding, but next life. But so those things are features that's been used in some pop spaces. I think it's not permitted but depends how you design it. So there are elements that's been borrowed, lighting, especially in arcade, lighting is critical. It's below a ceiling, so you have to light it. But accessibility and all of these are very similar. So they're interchangeable elements that can be taken. I think General Counsel Vine, you're right in saying they need to pick the elements, but also indicate where they are being picked from. And I agree with the commissioners that stated that I understand the need to kind of contain the space and make it more manageable for the building. But the improvements so far that's proposed, the design intents are inadequate, and I do not think it would meet the goals and intentions that they're hoping to achieve. So it needs to be more dynamic than so far that's been presented. I also want to read out Commissioner Shetta's comment, and his comments are, in the statement of facts, elaborate on or clarify the description of the rolling fence, its benefits, locations, its operations, etc. So those are my comments. Anything?
No, just to add to what you said, the zoning resolution does encourage deterrence to skateboarders, rollerbladers, and other wheeled devices and their pops and arcade spaces, but devices or forms affixed incorporated into planter ledges, etc., that are intended to prevent or inhibit seating, such as spikes, metal bars, pointed, excessively rough, or deliberately uncomfortable materials are prohibited.
Yeah. And I think if you're going to propose tables and chairs, so many numbers of tables and chairs, what I have noticed, and I remember I was working on the Harmony Atrium case, so that's why I'm saying this, is the chairs and tables started moving all over the place. They were misused, and at some point they were chained. So if anybody wanted to use it, they really could not use it. So providing those amenities are great, but why would somebody think as to why would somebody sit there? What is drawing them to want to sit there? There's nothing at this point. So you need to make the space much more dynamic, attractive, interesting for somebody to want to take a respite, if you want this to be a respite space, but which it is not at this point. And from the design provided, I think it would fail to meet that. Those are my comments.
We're done?
Yeah.
Okay. 426-81BZ, 2329 Story Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. The executive committee of the community board has approved this application. This is an application for an amendment to permit a change in use from use group 11A to use group 7B. Extension of term which expired on April 20th, 2012, and waiver of board's rules. Board has had a jurisdiction on this site since 1982. The applicant has provided a compliance chart, and it has been, and in that it indicates that the signage exceeds the conditions that was required. The applicant is proposing to amend the prior grant to change the use from use group 11B, which is a manufacturing use, to use group 7B, a contractor's establishment. The current use has been operating at this site for over a decade. The applicant states that the business is closed on Saturdays and Sundays, and it's only used as an office and storage space with small scale supplies. And the daily vehicular trip is limited to 5 employees, and trash is stored inside the building. So here are my few comments. The photos that have been provided has a sales sign on the building. So I would like to know what is the status of it. Indicate on the site plan the location of the street tree that is being maintained, because that was stated in the prior resolution and on the plan also. Apart from 5 vehicular trips of employees, will there be any additional trips to carry the stored material from the site? Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
That last comment again, what was I didn't hear you.
Sorry, apart from the 5 vehicular trips of the employees at the applicant states, will there be any additional trips to carry stored materials from the site, since this is a contractor's yard?
So, thank you, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable and small ask. I find it that it's completely self-contained. It doesn't create it. I have no objection to this change. I do want to note that it's from 9. I don't know if I said this. The hours are from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Monday through Friday. And from what I understand, the storage is for small tools that a contractor would bring for an on-site review of a job. So I have no concerns with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Overall, I have no questions for this application. I think it's a pretty minor change. I appreciate them compiling all the various sources for their proof of continuous use since April 2012. It was a long time, but they cobbled together information from Google Street View photos, EDR City Directory abstract, the Kohl's Business Directory, aerial photos, archived web pages, and LinkedIn pages. And I think all of that provides the background that we need so that we could make the assumption that this was in continuous use for over a decade since the variance expired. I have no questions.
The project manager has a hand up, Ms. Prenga.
Yes, Ms. Prenga.
I can go after the commissioners. I can go after everyone's finished. Thank you.
I can't.
You can go after the
Did
commission.
you say?
Oh, she'll go after the commissioners. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The only comment I had, which is quite minor, is that the variance permits hours of operation from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, which is what the statement of facts attests is the current operating hours for the contractor's establishment. Google Maps says you guys open at 8, and 9 seems late for a contractor, so I'm just skeptical about the hours. They seem quite limited, but other than that, it's the only thing I noticed. Nothing further from me.
Okay, I need to read Commissioner Sheta's comments, and that is, did the applicant notify the neighbors? Were there any complaints from them? Fire department should opine on the new use and operation. Should be conditioned on that no storage of combustible or hazardous material and no noise mitigation. No noise migration, I'm sorry. Yes, General Counsel Vine.
I was just trying to Google to verify Commissioner Yoon's comments about the hours, and it led me to pages upon pages of sale quotes for this property. So it just brings me back to your first comment, Chair. What's happening here? Do they actually have an intention to seek a change of use for this property owner? Is there a business? I didn't even hit a business listing for the hours of operation because there are so many sale listings here.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Prenga?
Hi, I just wanted to say that, we do need a DOB. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Jella, I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
Let me try to get closer. We do need a DOB objection for the change of use. I hope you can hear that.
Okay.
Need a DOB objection for.
We need a DOB objection? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
thank you. I thought I saw it, but maybe I didn't. There's so many cases, I might be mixing one with the other. Okay.
Should the board decide to grant this application, that change of use will have to be reflected on a new CO. So it would behoove the applicant to obtain a job application to change the CO.
Thank you. Yeah. next,
Move on?
please. Yes, please.
71328 BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. We haven't received a community board recommendation. This is an application to amend a previously approved special permit for an operation of an automotive service station to a convenience store and to install new canopy, improve signage, and modify parking layout. In addition, the amendment is seeking legalization of the enlargement of the accessory building and the 3 dispensers and 3 underground storage tank, and revising the signage and curb cut. So there's a lot of changes that the applicant is proposing. This has been in board's jurisdiction since 1929. The applicant has provided a compliance chart. And as I mentioned, there is a lot of amendment elements to this site. So including the widths of the curb cuts, if I didn't mention it, legalizing the price sign, revising the approved sign, legalizing the existing 4,000 gallon tanks, legalizing the existing pump location, and such. So the applicant needs to include the TPPN analysis on the proposed floor plan regarding the convenience store. Indicate on the proposed plan the handicap parking space and stripe the walkway from the parking area to the building. The applicant is proposing the hours of operation to be 24/7. It wasn't clear if that's the same for also convenience store. I believe it is. I just would like the applicant to clarify. So I did not have any comments on this in terms of what the applicant is proposing, the signage, as long as it is complying with the underlying regulations. I think so far what is shown seems to be. Applicant is proposing a triangular planting bed at the corner. It's not a bad suggestion, but would like the applicant to provide a little bit more detail of the kind of planting that is proposed. I did not have any issues with the lighting. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. So I too was a bit, it was an interesting case when the applicant has not been in compliance with several requirements, but his resolution is to ask that they be legalized and that there be an amendment of variance. That being said, the requests are reasonable. So I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no comments.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also have no comments.
Okay, sorry, yes, sorry. General
Yes.
Counsel Vine.
Look, Counsel.
I'm
Hi,
sorry.
so with respect to DOB TPPN 10 of 99, an accessory gas station is permitted to have the lesser of 2,500 square feet or 25% of the zoning lot area. The zoning lot area, 25% of the zoning lot area here would be 1,268 square feet. Their statement of facts states that the accessory convenience store is 1,522 square feet. That cannot be approved.
My reading said the selling floor is 772 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the analysis that is missing. It just gave the total floor area. It did not carve out within that what is the portion of the area that is selling.
But more importantly, under 11.4.1, they need to demonstrate the size of the lot that existed such that the increase in floor area on the lot doesn't offend 11.4.12.
96, which is less than the 12.
Yeah, so the Vice Chair Shibata pointed out, the statement says the accessory building will have a convenience
Commissioner,
store.
Mike.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah,
You want me to read it?
yes, please.
Okay, so the statement of facts does read that the accessory building will have a convenience store sales area of 771.96 square feet. That's 771 square feet, which is less than the 1,268 square feet, and therefore would comply with the TPPN 1099. But I think you should clarify that.
They also need to demonstrate, since this is a pre-61 lot, that under 11.4.12, they have to demonstrate the existing lot area prior to 1961, and that the increase in any bulk on the site will not exceed 50% of the available lot area at the.
Right.
So you want more than a statement?
Yes,
Okay,
Right, that's a general,
But they do the calculations.
they under
They-
11.4.12 or.
Yeah, they say the enlargement to be legalized building size, original building size 1961, 1,284 square feet, then the enlarged to be legalized 1,522 square feet, which is plus 237 square feet, which is an enlargement of 18.5% of what was originally there, which is less than the 50% limit of what was there on 1961 as per 11-412. I admit that the statement is rather rambling and they don't get around to this until late in the statement. It should be a lot more straightforward. It's pretty simple to meet all of these findings, and they should like go boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the things that we want to show, instead of you have to read almost to the last paragraph to fill in all of that information that you're looking for.
I would ask for the convenience of the Department of Buildings and the board as well, for the applicant to include their DOB TPPN compliance in their plans. I see it on page 9 of 16. They should demonstrate the TPPN compliance. If I'm not seeing it, I
right,
apologize.
that was one of my comments, is the TPPN analysis, the compliance plan should be included in the drawing.
Commissioner, can you move your mic back, Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I have to read Commissioner Sheta's comments. The applicant has submitted the lighting. I don't have any concerns. Submitted vehicle circulation. Okay, by me. The canopy drainage is shown on Plan BSA 11. Applicant needs to show flow drains and confirm site drainage will be handled on site by these drains, and it will not overflow from the site to surrounding streets. Okay, any additional comments from anybody?
Okay, move on.
Yes.
897-85 BZ, 1450 Madison Avenue, Manhattan.
Just give me a second. I'm just taking the notes. Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. Committee board has voted to approve this project. Though it was not clear from the committee board report if the vote comes with condition, assuming that it is a condition, this is how I read it. Community board's condition is that Mount Sinai continue its good faith effort to be a committed neighbor for health-based advocacy in East Harlem, and there are many other recommendations that go with it. I'm just kind of taking one component of it. But they're all related around Mount Sinai's responsibility and commitment to work with the neighborhood with regards to health benefits. This is an application for an amendment of a previously approved special permit under section 73-641 and variance to renovate and enlarge the existing Kingston Clinical Center, KCC, contrary to the lot coverage and setback regulations. This application has been before the board in various forms. Or this site actually has undergone many different BSA grants since 1924. The most latest one was 1986 when the variance for special and the special permit under ZR 73-641 was granted to build an 11-story building and modify the lot coverage and the street wall and the recess requirement. And that's the modification the applicant is here for us. The compliance chart has been provided, and also the secret conditional neg deck compliance chart has been provided. The applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing 11-story building on 5 floors, basically from 5th to 9th floors, and correction of the existing built conditions that were built based on what DOB considered to be a zoning floor area or not. And so that correction is being proposed now post 1986 approval. And this would result in an increase in the zoning floor area, lot coverage, and increase in height and setback. And this would be the level of increase the level of non-compliancy. However, these changes that are being asked are not significant; they're minimal, and the applicant has gone through the findings of the special permit and also the variance. With regards to the special permit amendment pursuant to ZR 73-641, which is a modification, we don't see this very often, is a modification of community facility use for integration of new buildings or enlargements with existing buildings. So the applicant, as I mentioned, is seeking to amend the height and setback and provide and has provided its response to the findings. That is so with regards to finding A of the special permit, the applicant states that the proposed enlargement requires a height and setback modification, and this is needed because it would provide more patient room, respite space for the patient, and meet the current FGI guideline for patient room. With regards to finding B, the applicant states that the amendment to the height and setback will allow for an efficient floor plate and will allow for grouping of uses for better patient care and operational efficiency instead of co-locating uses and having duplicative support surfaces, and fostering collaboration between the training hand of Mount Sinai with the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. In addition, the facade would be energy efficient, and with acoustic addition, it would allow for continued operation of the site during construction. With regards to finding C, the total height of the building would remain the same. Ground floor of KCC would be made transparent. Facade would be enhanced, and that would unify the campus. It would increase the sustainability and energy efficiency and would meet the noise requirement. With regards to the amendment to previously approved variance for its modification of lot coverage to expand the renovated KCC building, The lot coverage increase is very minimal. It's like 943 square foot. And this is because of the proposed changes to the facade improvement, which is basically building a new skin on the facade that would address the energy efficiency and also address noise during construction. Lobby entrance and a cantilever sky garden that would allow for a much needed respite area for a patient. And these are the things that are increasing the lot coverage. The applicant has gone through a very detailed programmatic need argument to meet the findings of section 5 of the variance. And so these are my thoughts on it based on the review of it. The total building height is not changing. The proposed enlargement, while would be contrary to the required setback above the height of 85 foot, it is allowing for much needed programmatic need for the successful and an efficient operation of the hospital. And it would allow for more patient bed. And in addition, I think the addition of the Sky Lab on the 5th floor would allow for a respite area for the patient. It would be located at a location that would maximize sun exposure, which is very much needed for patients who are almost in their room or going through various treatments. So I believe the ask is minimal and the need has been justified through the programmatic need, and it meets both the findings of the special permit and the variance. I don't know if there are any violations issued. I didn't see anything. Is there any update on the SECRA status, Ms. Benke?
We received the phase 1 and we're reaching out to DEP to see if it screens out or needs further review for hazmat. And noise is still open, but we reviewed the revised EAS and just have one minor text change we'll be requesting. Other than that, there's no open reviews.
Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I found this application to be very thorough. I find the request to be minimal. I find that it meets the findings of 73-641. And I think this is a very well thought out design. The programmatic needs for it, I think, are very well laid out and clearly do help the community. And I'm very glad hopefully that this will be granted soon and I get to be a part of that.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also found this to be a very thorough application, and they have satisfied the findings for both the variance as well as the special permit, and I have no additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also agree that the findings have been met for both 73-641 and 72-21. It seems like a very minimal ask in exchange for what appear to be significant improvements and modernization programmatically and technically and architecturally, and I have nothing further.
I think Commissioner Sheta had some comments. Yes, applicant's statement of fact says to penetrate the sky exposure plane from the height of 109 foot 4.5 inches through 116 foot 10.75 inches. How much is the proposed penetration? The applicant's statement of fact says the requested amendment would permit a minor 943 square foot of total increase in lot coverage at 3 locations. The lobby entrance renovation, which is 182 square foot, the facade renovation, which is 581 square foot, and the cantilever 180 square foot. The requested waiver for lobby entrance, cantilever, and facade renovation collectively the variance, indicating the area in square footage and the breakdown is helpful. However, indicate the change in the lot coverage in percentage form. Example, lot coverage was 55 and the proposed is 56. Okay. on PZ 11 through PZ 14, it shows light blue shaded area indicating additional lot coverage. Example, by the Sky Garden on level 4. Comparing existing to proposed plans submitted, it appears that these additions are structural additions to existing floors. BSA wants to make it clear that it is beyond the scope of its review to look into the way these additions will be structurally designed or built. It is the sole responsibility of the project architect and structural engineer to properly design and ensure compliance of construction of these additions with all applicable codes. Any other questions or comments from anyone? If not, let's go to the next case.
Okay.
Yeah.
2017-217 BZ 4855 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Proof of service of initial filing is not required for extension of time. This is an application for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain certificate of occupancy for an ambulatory diagnostic or treatment healthcare facility at the subject site. And the time to complete construction and obtain CO expired on July 23rd, 2023. Board has jurisdiction on this site since 2019. A special permit pursuant to ZR 73-126 was granted. The applicant has stated the reason for the delay and has indicated that 80% of the project is complete and also received approval from Department of Health. And based on the timeline, it needs additional timeline of 4 years total, 2 years to complete and 2 years to obtain the certificate of occupancy. I'm satisfied with the application. I have no other question. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too am satisfied with the application, although I would ask if they could be a bit more specific with regard to the completion timeline. I know they said it's 2 years, but what do they have left to do? And when do they expect that to be done?
Okay.
You want specificity in all the items?
Yes, I understand that the 80% of the project is completed by their statement of facts, but a little more detail, because that's what we usually request on.
Okay,
these.
Fair point.
thank you.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with Vice Chair that a timeline to complete should be added. No other questions.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Yoon.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, I believe Commissioner Sheta had comments on it, and which is requesting 4-year extension, third para on page 2 of statement of facts, last para on page 2, it says, with the recent approval from DOH, the owner is preparing to complete this project in accordance with the board's original grant. The approved building will be able to be constructed within 2 years. An extension of time of 2 years to complete construction and obtain CO is requested. There is no CO on the property currently. Confusing. Are they requesting 4 or 2 years? I think we're all kind of asking the same question. I read it as 2 plus 2, but the applicant can clarify that.
I read it as 4 years as well.
Yeah.
And their
Okay.
breakdown was 2 for this and 2 for the C of O.
Right, that's kind of how I read it. Okay, but the applicant can clarify that and provide the timeline as stated by both Vice Chair and Commissioner Otley Brown. Okay, I don't think we have any more on this.
Move on.
Yes.
2018-21 BZ 1773 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice is not required for extension of time. This is an application for an extension of time to construct and obtain CO for an enlargement of an existing home pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622. Time to complete the construction and obtain CO expired on April 30th, 2023. Board had jurisdiction on this site since 2019. With regards to the reason for delay, it's not clear from the statement if the plan has been submitted to Department of Buildings and if DOB has reviewed and approved the plans. So would like to know what That goes to the next question as to what is the status, apart from the financing being in place. And the applicant needs to provide a timeline for completion. How many years are being requested to complete construction and obtain certificate of occupancy? The document is very sparse on these necessary facts. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I share your comments. Again, we also would need a timeline, even though this is, no work has commenced on this project. And they finally stated that they have financing in place. I think they need to be a bit more specific on how they plan to execute this. And nothing further from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with the two of you that a more detailed timeline is in order here.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with you. Also clarification on whether the job has been filed with DOB. They do state in the statement of facts that 3 years is expected, but wanting 4 years for the extension. But I think we're pretty clear, we're all asking for a bit more information about why it will take 3 years.
To Commissioner Yoon's question, the job has been filed and approved. Copy of our resolution is with the DOB job folder, but no permits have been issued whatsoever for this premises.
Okay, thank you.
Are you seeing that on
Like this.
BIS?
Okay. Meanwhile, let me read Commissioner Shetta's comments. Explain the reason for the delay, provide time frame to complete construction and obtain certificate of occupancy, and indicate how much time is requested. So those are the comments for this application.
We know to move on.
Yep, we can move. You're good? Okay,
Good.
Let's move on.
Appeals calendar to continued hearing items. Item number 31, 2018, 188A and 189A, Dunton Avenue, Queens.
So received a letter stating that the owner is working to resolve the, oh no, sorry, that was from May 3rd. As of last hearing that was held in February of 28. Since then, a letter dated 5/3, the applicant had stated that it is working towards resolving DOT comments. Now, based on the recent correspondence from DOT, it seems DOT has received the drawings, but it is still not responding to DOT's earlier comments related to the angle of the driveway of 194-24 Dunton, width of Dunton Avenue, and confirmation of that no parking shall be provided on Dunton, I believe, to maintain the travel width. So I want the applicant during the public hearing to provide an update on the status of the builder's pavement plan review and resolving DOT comments. This has been dragging on for a very long time. We were told removal of the GCL 36 would help expedite the GCL 35, and since February there really has not been much movement. So I do need a better understanding of how long this is going to take. Vice Chair Shibata.
I agree with your comments. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Shetta?
Commissioner Shetta did not have any comments.
Item number 32, sorry, not 32, 2022, 28A and 22 through 2022, 30A, 15, 17, 19 Bedell Street, Staten Island.
Okay. The application was last heard on July 10th. The applicant has clarified the underlying zoning that was in place and as of 10/27/05. The site was rezoned from R3X with C11 overlay to R3X. As part of 10/27/2005 zoning map change of zoning map change, C1 overlay was removed, and an applicant has provided all the historic maps. I'm I have to say, I'm still confused as to how DOB approved the plans and work permit for 3 attached home on the subject side that has been zoned R3X. Even prior to the removal of the C1 overlay, where in an R3X, only 1 and 2 family detached homes are permitted. Be that as it may, it seems DOB has been accepting this attached form and has been issuing job permits and work permits. So when I look through but I did look through the BIS, the BIS filing under job number 500688801 under section number 12, zoning characteristics. It says R3X, detached residential district. And in the common section number 24, it states construct cellar and 2-story, 1-family semi-attached residential building with 2-car garage. Though the original plan for 3 attached homes were approved by DOB on 10/6/2005, these approved plans have been submitted. I still find it very difficult to read the date. So those are just my comments as to how the process went through, but it seems DOB has accepted 3 attached homes. And the applicant is asking for asking for common law vesting of the board of DOB's prior grant. So the applicant has provided copies of invoice for work completed prior to 10/27/2005, which was the effective date of the zoning zoning map change, and the payments that have been made. And a DOB audit regarding compliance with 1130-33 has also been provided. And a proof regarding completion of foundation work prior to the effective date of the rezoning was provided to the plan examiner, and that it was accepted. So that's really was the audit. A chronology of DOB approval process for the development on the site has been provided. In addition, photos, historic aerial, and news articles from 2007, those have also been provided, documenting that the structure existed as of the effective date. I really have no additional questions. As I said, for me, what I raised about DOB's approval is more of a question mark. How DOB approved attached home in an R3X zoning district, which only allows detached homes. But I think that's water under the bridge, as we say. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you. The applicant did provide, as you stated, provided additional financial payments and documentation of work that was completed. They addressed the serious loss. I have no outstanding questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Okay, so we did ask for information as to backup financial information as to the expenditures that were prior to October 27, 2005. And what we did get was haphazardly included invoices of all types put into 2 different exhibits with no narrative as to what they referred to, whether any of them were duplicative or anything like that. And so that's just not acceptable. It's not my job as commissioner to add up invoices and receipts and try and make sense out of what they gave us. So what they need to do is resubmit that information in the form of an Excel spreadsheet with each row indicating one of those invoices, the date of the invoice, and then whether or not it occurred before October 27, 2005. And then at the end of all of those rows, they need to total it up. And that information needs to be incorporated into the statement under total substantial expenditures by the change date of the zoning. And so that's what they need to do. As for the serious loss statement, part of their statement had to do with the fact that being asked to build only 1 detached home versus the 3 originally approved attached homes would be a loss to them. However, they did not back that up with any information other than, if you want, we can provide a comparative sales analysis. Well, you have to provide the comparative sales analysis because you're the one who brought up the comparative sales. It's not my job as a commissioner to now go on realty.com and try and figure out how much a detached home of that size would sell, and then go on and do research to find out how much 3 homes would sell for. So if you're going to make a statement, you need to back it up with the information. So I don't feel that they made the findings yet.
I do recall at the last hearing, this was discussed and the applicant said they would provide it, they would use means. Right?
They said that they would provide the backup. but
The
when you
Marshall,
look
they
at-
will use Marshall and
they
Swift
would-
to
and
kind
they
of provide the
also
backup.
said that they
I
would
think there was an
use
issue
the
using Marshall and
comparative
Swift.
Right, you couldn't use Marshall and Swift to talk about the loss based on your sales value. They have to give us some kind of sales analysis. It doesn't have to be detailed. It just has to say, in this area of Staten Island, detached homes of this size would sell for blockety block times 3 equals a total. In this part of Staten Island, single family detached homes would sell for this amount times 1, because we can only do 1. Therefore, there's a relative loss in value here. And so that would satisfy the serious loss. It's not a hard finding to me, but you got to make the finding. You can't leave it for us to sit here and assume.
Mhm. Got it. That's a very clear direction Commissioner Otley Brown has provided. The applicant should listen to it and provide that. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I was also confused about the R3X and the C11 and the C11 being removed. I have nothing further to add.
All right. I don't think Commissioner Shetta did not have any comments on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it? No further comments on anything?
Oh, we completed today's session?
Yes, we've completed. So this ends the public review session for August 7th, 2023.
Okay. All right, thank you. We are at what time?
11:47.
11:47. So let's resume at 12 o'clock.
Okay, so how do we stop this video? Just gonna stop video. Carlo?
We can all just,
Yes.
Everyone turn off their microphones.
Yeah. Yes. I'm not feeling bad about that. I'm just like, I feel bad for the applicant. I apologize. No, we're gonna do it tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. I just feel bad one day. No biggie. So, I just feel bad we didn't catch it. Like we kept changing the
So what I'm
lineup
going to
3
do,
times.
let me do it right now.
We changed the lineup 3 times.
I know.
We changed the lineup 3 times and no one started.
I know.
It's like, what? 3 times we changed the lineup and nobody caught it. What happened?
It's still recording? Oh, yeah, it is saying still recording.
Yes, okay. All right, thank you, bye. He said everybody heard comments,
My comments?
my comments. Like, I'm sorry, we did it 3 times. They can hear us.
Done is a helicopter ride and I didn't enjoy it at all. I didn't enjoy it.
I didn't mind it. I don't,
ever.
Really?
Terrible fear of heights.
Down is a helicopter ride. And I,
There we go, we're live.
Yeah, we're live.
Are we all done? Ready? Okay. It's the Board of Standards and Appeals public.
Is your mic on, Tony?
Oh, thank you, Tracy. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 7th, 2023. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items, 2021 50 BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn.
right, I think, who do we have here?
This is,
Mr. Friedman.
should be Lynn.
I think we just have one.
Oh, we just have Lynn?
Just have Lynn. Let her know because I don't have her on my thing. Okay, thank you. No.
Here we go. Okay,
Hi, how are
We have
you?
both.
how are you? It's a
Good.
pleasure to
Raise
meet
your hands.
you.
You have to raise your right hands. I gotta swear you in. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please
I
state your
do.
name and proceed.
Okay, so we attended the executive session this morning. There's nothing much to say. We just have to wait for DEP. I really thank the board for its patience, but it's the outside agency. I believe it's only some paper, or I mean, we answered everything they want. We went back and forth a number of times. Tracy, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's not really much, but we just gotta wait.
Yeah, we just have to wait. I mean, we haven't heard back. We asked if we might get a sign off by tomorrow, but we haven't heard back, so.
Put the fading with them.
Okay,
The visuals, not that great.
let's,
Never mind. No, I was just saying the visual, there's a shade, but I think it's the lighting. Okay,
I see, okay.
correct.
Let's go to the, I really don't have any comments. I think this is as being stated by everybody, it's really up to DEP to provide, we're waiting for that sign off. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2021 50 BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, call in. You have the screen. While phone is 646-458-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number. Oh, see, I have something different. 827-5583-9838. Press the pound and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. You will press the pound sign,
No, it is.
press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen.
Okay.
See, this number is wrong. It's different here. It's here.
Ms. Benke, do you know how long it would take for, I mean, when was this submitted?
The last round was recently.
Okay.
But we were hoping, since they've been reviewed, yeah, it was last week. I know they've seen it a few times, so I'm not sure. It could be tomorrow, it could be if they have more comments coming, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this noise is one of the elements of the finding of the special permit, so we need as I'm looking at,
Can't close.
yeah, finding C, separation from noise, traffic, and adverse effect on surrounding a residential district, and then so when it's
Ms. Prenger has a hand up.
yes, Ms. Prenger.
There was some discussion of maybe we would do a second call for tomorrow. For this, in case it did come in.
So you think it may be imminent?
We're not sure. We were waiting for some sort of indication, but.
Okay, so I am open to the idea of putting this on for a second call. We were told to put this for today, so that's why it's been scheduled for Monday. But I'm okay to put it on for second call. Are commissioners okay with it? Everybody's nodding in agreement.
Okay, so
So
you want to
if-
do second call
we-
after the regular calendar?
Yeah, we will second call it after the regular calendar. So this will give everybody plenty of time to get a feedback from DEP regarding noise.
Tuesday?
Tomorrow,
Okay, good.
that's what I'm saying, tomorrow, Tuesday, at the end of the hearing, the entire list of
Okay.
calendar.
Second.
Yeah, good idea, Ms. Prenga. So this
Okay.
would be for August 8th, end of the hearing.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay,
Okay, see you tomorrow.
see you tomorrow.
Take care. Have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Okay, special order calendar, continued hearing items, 29557 BZ, 14615 Union Turnpike.
All right, this would be Mr. Dale.
Todd's not there, but is it there? Why isn't it showing up on my thing? He's there.
Who?
No, I'm saying it doesn't show up on my thing. He's there. Okay,
Hi, good.
raise your hand, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to this morning's review session, and it seemed as if there were three primary points of discussion raised by the board. I'll start with what I believe is the simplest one, is with respect to the revised sign analysis and plans. There was a discrepancy between the sign analysis forms and the tables that were on the plans. The tables on the plans are accurate. This was flagged for us by Mr. Bell, the project manager, and revised plans and sign analyses were submitted near the end of last week. I'm not sure if they made it in time for the board to review, but that was addressed to correct the sign analysis forms to match the tables on the plans.
Oh, okay. I have to apologize. With 45 cases, I may not have gotten around to see if any revision was submitted. Did commissioners see any late submission on this?
Here now, it's on, it was submitted 8/4.
8/4, it was submitted? Okay,
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, that's right.
hold on. I'm gonna open it up and see if I can locate it.
You didn't check all 45 pages?
I did not receive,
day?
yeah, no, I failed this time.
Mr. Bell's hand is up. Project
Yes,
manager?
Yes, they were submitted late Friday, Chair.
yeah, okay, yeah, I see it now. I see it.
You put your hand down.
Okay. All right, yeah. And this is matching with the sign analysis. So both are consistent, okay?
So that was issue number one, and there'll be additional time if there's any other questions that are raised. The next was respect to, and I was just hoping to get a little clarity. The project engineer did listen on, and we emailed just briefly about it. We can provide additional clarity in an upcoming submission, but with respect to the drainage, just want to note, as was noted in the engineer's letter, is that there's been no observed issues with drainage. There's never been complaints from the community board. I would also note that there's no car wash at this site, which is often a source of, typical board review and concern for that. In the letter, the project engineer tried to note that there was a dry well attached to the canopy, and it appeared to handle all of, whatever happens with respect to stormwater. Did note that there weren't any specific storm drains that they noticed at the site. I guess my questions for this is that, we want to provide whatever information we can to the board to assure the board and to address this issue. Just wanted to get a little bit more clarity, because this site has been in existence. I think that the date on this is from the 50s. This is a site that's been here forever, and there's never been any drainage issues, and it appears the existing dry well handles this. I just wasn't sure what additional information we can provide or assurances we could provide to the board to address this issue. And I just, as I said, I just want to emphasize that, confirm there are no car washes at this site. So it's not what I would say a excessive generator of water that would be draining to surrounding uses.
So, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, there are regulations that basically requires a property owner to ensure that the stormwater runoff is on the site is contained within the site. And it's not running off to the sidewalks and onto the streets. So I understand that there isn't any car wash and there has not been any issue of drainage. So, and it's not really within the purview of the scope of this, but it just needs to comply with all the underlying regulations of whether that is DOB, fire department. I'm not sure which authority kind of has oversight on that part, but it should be complying with that. We are not waiving it. And I think this is just something I'm flagging. I think it was flagged by Commissioner Shetta, who is not here, who could have explained it more, but the purpose of this is to ensure that you are containing whatever runoff you may have, whether it's rain runoff or anything, not from the car wash, is being contained within the site and not being a nuisance to the neighbors. So that's all.
I understand that's totally reasonable. And if the board, were satisfied in other respects and we're prepared to grant the application, we'd be agreeable to any condition with respect to, agency regulations.
Vice Chair Shibata.
Yeah, and I think that the only issue with the engineer's letter was probably that the terminology, because even the EPA will call dry well another term for a storm, like for stormwater drains. So I think it's probably just a terminology issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to add to that, it's a strange thing for an engineer, whether they're civil or architectural or structural, to say drainage isn't a problem, but there are no drains. It's a strange thing to assert on a official document that's submitted. You understand what I mean? So of course it raises questions that, again, are not part of our direct jurisdiction, but shouldn't you then investigate how it's working? Now that it's brought up, it's hard to
Dismiss it, yeah.
dismiss it. But I don't know what's appropriate for us to ask for here.
Yeah, I think we just need the assurance that you're meeting all the standards and requirements of all other applicable city agencies oversight. And that's really, and I think our conditions and our notes should indicate that clearly.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Just a thought, Mr. Dale, as you're aware, I'm sure you're aware, most commercial uses that use water have something called a backflow prevention device that is heavily regulated by the department, by DEP, I believe. Assuming that this site has a backflow prevention device, because it might use water, there might be a drain on site. It might be a good starting place to find out if there's a backflow prevention device for any use of water on the site. If there's water on the site, where does it drain? I would start with the backflow prevention device.
Understood. I would suggest then, just leave it at this, is that we've heard this. I know the project engineer is listening into the hearing for other applications. We'll provide additional clarity and a follow-up letter. And then in addition to that letter, above and beyond, we'd agree with whatever condition the board has about meeting other agency requirements, just so the board's assured and you don't need to all become engineers like Commissioner Shannon.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. And then the final was with respect to additional site photographs. We were waiting hopefully to provide all the photographs in one set. There were really, I think, 3 key items that were raised. Just so the board knows, merchandise has been removed from outside. We were told by the operator, and I think the last time somebody from our office drove by, it was removed and the graffiti was taken care of. There is one issue, and I would like to discuss it with the board and get some feedback and some initial thoughts so we can get some direction going forward. There was, as noted, a pods storage container at the site. Per the operator, this is not a situation where that pods container is used as part of a secondary business for moving. I don't know if the board's aware with pods, but I guess there's trailers that could be picked up and dropped off as part of a moving system. This is not a situation where there's a second business or a second commercial use, such as like a U-Haul. That is actually a storage trailer that's used by the operator to store like waters and sodas and extra merchandise that they can't fit within the convenience store. And the operator says that because of the limited space and the fact that this is a very old building that's been around for many decades, that they're hopeful to continue some type of additional storage use. And that they just use this pods container themselves, and they rent this pods container because that's the most cost-effective means for their business to store, you know, their extra water and soda and snacks. You know, it's not refrigerated, it's not perishable items that are in there. So, you know, I know that was raised as concern by the board, understandably not to have a secondary use as often comes up with like, U-Haul situations, but this is a situation that even though it says pods on the outside, it's really used exclusively for the, accessory store. So with that put forth, the operator asked if there was any possibility the board would consider allowing a trailer there of the size that they have right now to continue if it's just used for additional merchandise storage. It doesn't interfere. There's still plenty of parking spaces. This is a large enough site where there's maneuverability to get in and out to the gas pumps. And it just allows them to continue effective use of the building without having to worry about a potential building enlargement for additional storage.
I'd ask the board to consider this in light of the fact that this is a pre-61 lot and whether the implication of space on the zoning lot, enclosed space on the zoning lot devoted for activities of the zoning lot to which the premises is a benefit of a variance implicates an increase in floor area.
Yeah. It's an enlargement.
Yeah. Just by having the presence of the pod itself.
And we've had cases like this in the past where that was the very discussion that.
Right, and I think we did have that, and I thought DOB considered these as temporary structures and not as a structure that accounts towards floor area. So
Because it has no foundation.
that's kind of what I seem to remember. This was brought up with many of similar such facilities.
100 temporary or not, I believe 120 square feet is at the point at which Department of Buildings requires a permit for a shed. But either way, that's separate and apart from whether a pre-61 lot is entitled to increased storage space and whether that increases permissibly or not increases the floor area of the variance.
Can you clarify the 120 square foot and above where DOB requires?
But under admin code, a permit for a shed is not required when it is under certain height or size, but when it exceeds 120 square feet, a permit's required, or if it exceeds, I believe, don't quote me, 8.5 feet tall or something, a permit's required.
Right, this came up with some of our car wash issues.
But whether a permit is required doesn't mean whether or not it's floor area.
Right.
And storage space devoted to the non-conforming use on this site is floor area.
I think. Has this building enlarged since 1961?
I would need to go back, but I don't believe so. I'm double checking the resolutions here again.
Yeah, anyway, you need to kind of address that as part of the general. I'm trying to see if you did respond to that as part of 11.
I would want to go back again. This is, just to refresh the board's memory, this is a case where another applicant had filed it. We came in after that initial filing, so I would want to double check the history, but I take under advisement what council has raised and what this discussion is. I appreciate the discussion. And we would need to review whether there's been an enlargement and whether this floor area would necessitate a different type of application, or if it would even be allowed as a pre-61. And this is something that we would have to discuss with the operator. So I would say, in short, we don't necessarily want to go through it today and waste the board's time, but we understand what the issue is and how we'll have to address it. And then the operator can decide whether that removal of the pod structure is the most efficient, or whether they want to see if there's an option for some type of amendment if it's permitted.
Right. I mean, that seems like a pretty big storage space for you to store merchandise. I mean, that's a huge volume of things being stored, food related, that is not refrigerated. So.
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't believe it's filled and packed to the gills. I think it's just additional area, but I will.
And I think if it is not filled or packed and not being fully utilized, why not try to optimize the current area within the building footprint to locate it than create this issue?
I have been to the building, and I will tell you that I believe that they have optimized the footprint as best they can. But I will take that under advisement, but it's not a situation where there's not a lot of wasted space within the convenience store, is what I can say. So I do understand what's there. So noted. I think I appreciate the discussion, and I think we'll just have to go back and discuss it with my leaning towards removal of the storage if at all possible.
Okay.
And it's my understanding those were the three primary questions. So, it seems that the plans and analysis we believe have been addressed. We can provide supplemental information regarding the drainage and agree to a condition as needed. And then we'll really just have to address the storage issue. And in conjunction with that, providing the site photographs about those primary issues that were raised all in one single package for ease of review.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Dale? If not, then let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 295-57 BZ, 14615 Union Turnpike, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-5583-9838 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand. Oops, start the clock. *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time will you need to make,
I would say we can be flexible with the board's calendar. I think the primary issue is the bin and the resolution of this. I think that will take, I would ask for a minimum of 3 weeks to submit, but we can again push that out further and be flexible with the board's calendar.
well, we don't have any hearing until September 18th, I believe,
1819.
18th, 19th.
Submission day would be August 31st.
August 31st is the submission date.
Perhaps the one after that might be better. I'd rather have a little buffer time. So that we can
I
make-
would suggest, and I mean, this is for all the listeners, September is pretty booked up. So I think anything, whatever we have, will start going into October 2nd and follow up. So I think October 2nd and 3rd is a good choice, Mr. Dale.
That submission day would be the 14th of September.
Yeah.
I'm fine either doing the first, or if there's a second one in October even, we're fine with that if that helps ease the board's scheduling.
Okay.
Because I think that I'd rather the next submission be the final one.
Okay, all right. We will get back to you whether it's the first or the second of the October hearings,
Yeah,
Great.
right? Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, no, there were no callers. New cases, item number 25, 241-72 BZ, 132, 136 East 37th Street, and 281, 287 Lexington Avenue, Manhattan.
I think we will have Mr.
Fred Becker.
Yeah. I don't know if he has anyone else.
There's an Aubrey Filbert. Is Miss Filbert, sorry, I clicked on her. I shouldn't have done that.
Mr.
Yes.
Becker
Is
is,
Miss Filbert one of your team?
Yes, he's the building manager.
Okay,
So good morning.
wait, no, Mr. Becker,
Is there anyone else from your team?
No, that's it.
just
That's
Mr.
it.
Filbert. Okay, so could you please unmute Mr. Filbert? Thank you. Please raise your hands, right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to address the board's comments.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Frederick A. Becker, the applicant in this matter. We listened to your executive session. We understand the concerns. I would first like to clarify, this is clearly an arcade under section 37-80 as set forth in our papers. It is not a POPs space. It is not subject to POPs regulations about seating or activities or lighting, etc. That being said, we are very cognizant and are trying and will present additional information that will address the concerns of the chair, the vice chair, Commissioner Yoon, and Commissioner Otley Brown concerning the appearance and activities that will occur within this space. I'd first like to say the adjacent building, the SSMA, the Soldiers Sailors Club, while the original plans did show an area that was dedicated to them, I'm informed that this space was never used by them. In fact, there is no indication of any access that was created by the SSMA. Furthermore, the SSMA is no longer in existence and has not been occupying that space for several years. The space, in fact, is an empty vacant building that has been on the market for upwards of 3 to 5 years. So that their use of the space never occurred, was discontinued, and there's no one to use it. That's the bottom line.
I see. It wasn't clear from the statement whether they are still in operation or not. So they're no longer operating from this community facility?
Absolutely, yes. I thought I had mentioned that, but my apologies if it wasn't clear. Okay, no, actually I did mention that, but nonetheless. So what we're looking at here is space that has been underutilized, has been problematic, and for which we are looking to amend section 3780, which requires that an arcade have 24-hour access. I know that the chair mentioned that, to look at the Harmony atrium, which I am quite familiar with going to Lincoln Center on a regular basis. That atrium is quite distinct from this one. It is a 3 to 4 story space. It extends from Broadway to Columbus. It's probably upwards of 1,000 square feet of interior space. We have a 12-foot space. If we put a climbing wall after one step, they'd bump their heads.
That's why I said for children.
Well, they'd have to be really small children. And our space that's the multi-purpose in the back is only around 10 by 25 or so, 12 with 4 columns in the middle of it. Nonetheless,
so Mr. Becker, I just want to say, yes, you're absolutely right. The Harmony atrium is distinctive from this current site, but be that as it may, the fact that the same measures that you're proposing for this site, which is even more underserved than Harmony, and the fact that it didn't do well in Harmony is what I was trying to connect.
No, I understand the chair, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just, okay, so let me go through what we have and what we've done and what we are willing to do to get this. In no particular order, the doors that lead from the residential building into the arcade space are all egress doors. They're emergency egress doors. They are not utilized for entrance into the building. There is the one door that goes into the medical office space on the right side of, or the southerly side of the space. That has a buzzer system. Even if we were to be able to put a fence up, in the evening hours, they would have a similar buzzer system to allow access into that space.
Which doorway? I'm sorry, can you
Okay,
just,
if you look at, let me get the plans. If you look at the page P-2,
mm-hmm,
there, I believe it is immediately the farthest right stairwell adjacent to the gray line, the gray wall, that goes to the upper floors.
so the one with the elevators?
Actually, the one with the elevators, yes, goes into
So
the,
that's the community facility. Is that the
That-
main entrance?
that is the only entrance.
Well, I think that then this is what Commissioner Yoon was referring to, is that if that is the main entrance to the community facility, I think, you will do a great service to those who will be arriving at the community facility space, to make the space interesting, and use that as a way to design your arcade and improve the, and make the approachway more inviting and accessible.
So
And Yeah.
with regard to that, and I'm sorry if I cut you off, what we gave you was an illustrative plan. We added additional lighting years ago. We're going to add more lighting. We will provide you with a ceiling lighting plan, similar to like a sprinkler alarm plan that will show you additional lighting. We have already discussed painting the floors, painting the ceilings, painting the walls to make it a more inviting appeal rather than the gray dullness that it is. We have discussed and are going back to provide additional revisions and specifications on the gates that would face 47th Street, as well as the low-rise gates that would be on on Lexington Avenue, that would be on 37th Street. We don't want a prison-like effect, whether we use a plexiglass or a glass or something that is more decorative. We will provide you with those details. We have installed security cameras already in place. We have been monitoring them, which is how we know of most of the unfortunate activities that have occurred at the space. The idea of putting a security guard is cost prohibitive, unfortunately. We will show additional landscaping. We will show seating. Again, this is it's for illustrative purposes, but we want to make the space usable. We've spoken with the local community board. We've spoken with the Stravinsky Conservatory, who have, one of them sits on our board, to encourage and create programs in that multi-purpose space, so people will actively use the space and have a reason to come into this space. And on that basis, I think we may have addressed your concerns, and put forth that in order to do all of these things, we do need a limited hour with a locked facility. And I hope I've addressed the issues, but I can address anything further that I may have missed.
So I think you have two elements that may help you this time around. One is, as you pointed out, you have the community facility space. The other thing is that you said the SSMA facility is empty currently and you're looking for occupants. I don't quite recall if there are any requirements that it has to be only community facility space, or if you could use ground floor commercial use or anything like that. The reason I'm saying that, if you are permitted that flexibility, I don't know if it might be worth it for you to provide some commercial activity, cafe or something like that, or even provide a daycare facility if you can find a tenant that would activate that space and can directly access that arcade space to use it as and when. So this, by having more eyes and ears and activities on the space, A, you deter the possibility of misuse. B, it brings it to the awareness of all the passersby, something is happening, maybe I can go in there. And having these programming spaces much closer to where the pedestrians are moving. What you're proposing all the way back there on 37th Street is not visible from 37th Street. And from where I'm quite familiar with the site. So if I'm walking along Lexington, it is too far out there. Unless it's really lit and inviting and exciting, I'm going to miss it completely. So
If I may, the SSMA building, it's a separate building. It's I believe a
I thought it's part
5-story.
of the zoning lot.
No, it is, but it's a separate building. It's owned by a separate entity.
Ah.
They have 5-story. It was originally the Soldier Sailors Marine Airmen's Club. It was a place where they could congregate, and it had sleeping accommodations on the upper floors. So we have zero control over that building. And as I say, they had been looking to sell that building because their attorney, who is another land use attorney, I've been in touch with, and they have not been able to sell it for upwards of 5 years or more. So I appreciate the thoughts, but that can't be part of our picture. However, relocating the uses within the space is an excellent idea, and Mr. Philibert and the others will certainly take that into account to put perhaps the multi-purpose space, towards the front so people can see or hear music going on, or can see aerobics or Tai Chi or lectures or anything else that will invite them into this space, as opposed to being 100 feet back.
Yeah. And I think if you're proposing these programs, it would be helpful if you can put together a list of entities that you have reached out to or you're going to work with. There are a lot of community-based organizations that are looking for program spaces. Who is going to manage it, maintain it? That it has to be, I'm assuming there's a co-op board. This is not going to be run by them. Like you have to farm it out to another entity that manages programs and something like that.
Again, most POPs, certainly open POPs, don't have, ongoing activities with the program, and we will make it available. We've reached out to several entities. I can give you a list of those entities. I can't give you necessarily a list of programming, during the operating. I will tell you who we've addressed, and the community has been very involved. We've had 2 community boards meetings on this. As you know, they supported this. So we have a lot of people who are involved in this application, and will be watching us.
And Ms. Chairperson, I would just like to also comment that the chair of the St. Barton's Park Conservatory, he also sits on our board, which is comprised of residential board members in this co-op. His name is Kevin O'Keefe, and also Michael Ann Rowe. She is the chair of the Green Clean Society, which is within Murray Hill. So we've been actively engaging with those individuals to have some of the programming that the St. Barton's Park Conservatory already has, but various locations. We want the programming to be located in that POP space. Also this co-op, it's comprised of 2 buildings. There's a building on 36th Street and the building that we're referencing on 37th Street. That is not the entrance to the residential co-op. There's only one entrance to the residential co-op. There are professional spaces on the 2nd floor of that building that would need access. So it's not a main entrance for the residential building. And to your comment,
sorry, you raised a good point, and I don't want to cut you off. Just hold on. I just want to share my thoughts. In your drawings, do indicate this for Mr. Becker. In your drawings, indicate which are the entrances and exits, and primary entrance for community facility or primary entrance for residential, which I'm told it is not, but do indicate that, because that will also help us understand how you're programming the space and how that is enabling the movement of people through the facility, also through the arcade. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Philbert.
Debbie Falco.
Yes, and I just wanted to paint a clear picture of our intentions. Our intentions are really to engage the community, which is why we have prominent community organizers on the residential board to help us make decisions. Even the chairperson of Community Board 6, she's an architect by trade, so she is actively providing feedback and advice. As Attorney Becker mentioned, the space is limited, not only in size, but there are an extreme number of columns. And so the reason why we had that open space in the back is that is the area that has the least columns and it's the most open for staging. And so we would have speaking events, engage the children, and from really a horticultural perspective. Even the idea of a hydronic growing.
Chronic kind of garden. Oh, interesting.
It's just we're limited with natural light. There are a lot of ideas, and we really want to have something that pops. And when you walk by, you know, as you mentioned, you're attracted to walk in.
Yeah. Okay. These are, I think, as you heard from the board, we really recognize the difficulty of making this space look inviting, and it's coming up with creative solutions that would make it work. I think hydroponic is an interesting one. It requires, you don't need natural light. You can use a lot of the artificial lights and with minimal water kind of farming. I think if you can tie this up with some local school or nursery or something like that, that would just make it very interesting. Please, I mean, activate portions of it and then the rest will kind of get activated. I'm not saying utilize the entire space for one programming, but if you can, these multiple, some specific programming, some for everybody, some for, then you kind of do away with the issue. I think you can work towards that issue.
And the last point is that this is a residential co-op. It's, you know, we're not a developer with, you know, with a bankroll. We're undergoing a gas replacement project under local law 152, which I'm sure you're familiar with, facade work and so on and so forth. And what the board is would like to do is have a multi-phased project from a funding perspective. And so phase one is what we're discussing, and phase two, we're going to blow everyone's mind on this board. It just takes some time to implement.
Well, if you are proposing a multi-phase project, that is something also the board needs to know how the project is going to be phased out. And we need to be assured that these would be completed in certain time frame and not just one part of the phase and then never come to fruition. So you need to ensure us that you have the financial commitment and the backing. And
I think I'll discuss this more with Mr. Philibert in terms of the multi-phase. But I think the main part is we're looking, if the board allows us to close the space, most importantly, we're looking to beautify the space, to construct the space, and then once it's constructed, to implement all of the issues. I would also like to say that since this is not a POPs space, but is an arcade, that if the board can consider that the seating, which is really the only POPs issue per se, other than the hours, be of somewhat of illustrative purposes so that we can move things around. I don't want us to, you know, say we're showing 5 tables and 20 seats, and then suddenly, you know, some inspector comes by and says, oh, there are 24 seats and you're not in compliance. So if the board can consider that, it would be appreciated.
I think at this point, it's very difficult, as you can gather from the comments and from what you're sharing, you have to come back again with some ideas and concepts and design. But I hear what you're saying, and depending upon how it's being laid out, we can discuss that. I'm open to suggestions.
No, I mean, we clearly understand that the board needs a much more detailed, specific plan of what is going to be proposed, colors, lighting, any architectural elements, etc. And that is very appropriate. And we've been working with a designer and an architect for several years on this. So it's not something that hasn't been contemplated. It just was, you know, as we move along.
So I'm glad to hear that you are working with an architect. So do ask the architect to listen to our comments And we do want to see some renderings. Black and white
Yes.
really doesn't do justice to these kind of spaces. And just to kind of give you an idea of the extent of the drawings and information that we had asked, there was a previous application we had granted that was also a plaza pop space. That was a pop space. That was I think it was also granted through a variance. It was a 60s application on 3rd Avenue and 68th Street, I think. We can give you the information, and that was granted by the board, and it also required extensive redesign of the space to make this above grade pop space an attractive space for somebody to walk in from the street level. Here, at least a portion of this is at street level in your case. That one, everything was not on, nothing was on street level. You had to climb the stairs. So you really had to make it attractive from every step of the way, literally and figuratively, to get to the pop space for public to use it. So I think that will give you an idea of the extent of the information. Of course, they had the opportunity to provide a lot of greening. Here, I don't think that's realistic. But I think some of the ideas that you've thrown are interesting ones. So, but you have to tie it with some programming, some commitment, and I recognize it's a co-op board, so you need to make sure that there's going to be a long-term commitment to do this. So, okay. Any other questions or comments for?
I had one question is, who's operating the opening and the closing of the space?
The residential staff, the co-op staff.
Okay. All right, that could just be, I guess, clarified in your next submission.
Yeah.
And how it will operate. And if
Yeah.
there's, yeah, anyway, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Commissioner Yoon raised a good point. You should also clarify who is operating the space, managing the space. And that would be helpful. I mean, is it being outsourced or is it just the building staff that is doing that? Those things.
Do you want
And
an
the security.
operational plan,
Hmm?
Madam Chair, or just a statement?
I think statement should be good enough.
Okay.
And specify whether or not that's security of residential staff or not.
Yeah.
Considering the statements that were made in this statements of fact about
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
whether or not the residential staff that's going to be opening and closing the location are security type because of the statements made with regard to the safety of the location.
Are there any questions? If not, I'll go to the public. Okay, let's open this up to public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 241-72 BZ, 136 East 37th Street and 287 Lexington Avenue, Manhattan. If you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558, sorry, 558-8656. You will enter the Zoom webinar ID number is 827-5583-9838 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number. I'm sorry, you will enter the pound sign only. At the next prompt, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your issues.
Mr. Becker, how long do you think it will take you to provide follow-up?
We would like to provide materials sometime in early October. I understand your hearings are the 2nd and maybe the 16th. I would
No.
look for a November hearing, the first November hearing.
Okay, November.
November 14th, 15th, and the submission date would be October 26th. Is that
What would be, what would be the hearing before that, if I may ask?
October 30, 31, and the submission would be October 12th.
Let me just see something. Hold on. October 30, 31. Sorry, just looking at a calendar.
14, 15 is a special hearing. We don't have a case.
I could do October 30. That would be fine. So what submission on 10/14?
10/12.
10/12. And 10:30 is the hearing.
10:30,
Correct.
30, depends on which way do we put you on. Either one.
Well, right, one of those 2 days, that would be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you can have the architect be present at the next hearing, that would be helpful.
Okay, we can actually, we have a landscape designer or a designer who may be even more appropriate for you than the architect, because the architect is, well, you can have both, but I'm just saying we have an actual design consultant who's doing
That's
the
the person.
details.
That's the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
all right,
Thank you. Nice seeing
and
you
thank
and happy
you very
summer.
much. Okay,
Take
thank
care.
you, bye-bye.
We are approaching 1 o'clock, so let's take a, 30, 40, 30-minute lunch break. And we will resume at 1:30.
Okay.
I'm rounding it off to 1 o'clock, so 1:30.
Okay.
By 3 minutes. You can chew a lot in 3 minutes.
You can chew a lot, is that what you said? Sure.
I can't hear you. Tony, I can't hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. We're back on the record for the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 7th, 2023. Can you hear me? Okay, next
Yes.
item is calendar number 42681BZ, 2329 Story Avenue, the Bronx.
I think this would be Mr. Goldstein.
Jay Goldstein,
How are you? Good afternoon.
sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
I affirm.
Okay, please restate your name for the record and respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. There's background noise or echoing. I don't know if I'm the only one who hears it. Okay, I attended the review session and I heard the board's comments. Commissioner Chair Shanda, with regard to the photographs for the for sale on the building. That's actually how the owner of the premises figured out that there was this BSA restriction. They were trying to sell the building because it's not used, and this goes to the hours of operation. It's not used as an actual, the hub for the main activity of the contractor's establishment. So you won't have people coming in and out with materials and things like that. And that's also why it'll operate only from 9 to 5, because it's more of the office and smaller, storage and less frequently operated as a depot for materials. But that's how they noticed that it was restricted by the BSA. They were initially thinking to sell it. At this point, they are not selling it. They're operating out of it, and they'd like to operate legally. Whether or not they sell in the future, they'd like to clear up their C of O issues so that they have a proper building, legal use, and they can go from there. With regard to the street tree, so the street tree was actually listed as a condition, and I note that Ms. Prenga mentioned this in the notice of comments, that the plans that were approved didn't actually show a street tree. But if you look at the photographs that were submitted, there's a street tree on the city property, which is there and which is going to remain. There was no actual street tree on our property. So the condition is proposed to remain the same, where the street tree on the city property will remain, and will continue to keep the premises the way it was. And then, as mentioned, this goes to, I think, Commissioner Yoon, there aren't really trucks coming in and out. The early risers for the contractors will not be at the property, so you don't have that fear of them coming and going. This is more for the back office staff to operate and run the company. So the 9 to 5 does work in this location. I think, and with regard to the new objection sheet, we filed for a new objection sheet to mention that the proposed use is contrary to the BSA application. As soon as we have it in hand, we'll submit it to the board.
So the street tree was a condition
Right,
and it was not shown in the prior approved plan.
correct. I believe the street tree referenced was the street tree that's on the city property. Because you don't see it on the plans.
Because I picked it up from the resolution and I'm trying to.
I don't disagree with you. It was mentioned in the NOC as well, because we all kind of scratched our head and said, but the plans don't show it.
It is on the city street tree then.
It is on the city street tree. Okay.
You can see it in view number 1 and number 2 of the photographs that were edited.
Okay. And it has non-combustible material. I mean,
No.
that's your,
I'm fine with that condition. We sent photos of the interior. It's not the purpose of this application, and we're fine with that condition.
okay. So, and your client is maintaining that street tree?
Yeah, there's no,
Understand?
it's been there, they've been in this space since I think 2012 or 2016. They haven't taken it down. They'll maintain it where it is. It's not ours to take down, I don't believe.
Okay.
Actually,
It's Parks is maintaining it? Okay.
I'm just going to share screen for a second. There is a wonderful New York City Parks City Street Tree map, which demonstrates that this 2329 Story Avenue has appears to be city maintained street tree, given the nature that there was a work order created and a parks contractor completed it.
Okay,
Yeah, we're not proposing to touch it, so.
okay. So the only change that you're seeking is the use and the signage,
Correct.
sign size.
Sign size complies with the C1 district, I believe.
Right, yeah, okay. I don't have any questions. I'm satisfied with the information provided is to. Oh, okay, all the commissioners are okay. Let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 42681 BZ 2329 Story Avenue. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-5583-9838 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, you can raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So you, can you provide a revised CO? Like, sorry, DOB objection?
Yeah, I'm gonna provide that. That would be the only outstanding, I believe the only outstanding item for this, but we'll provide it as soon as it's available. So we'll take a lengthier, adjournment just in case, or just to give DOB time.
Okay. How long does that take?
It really depends with every case. I don't know why, but it can go from anywhere from a day turnaround to weeks. So I know the board's heavy in September, so I can take October or November just to give us, make sure that we're done with it.
Let's then shoot for end of October, just to give everybody a lot of time.
Okay.
I want to make a recommendation to close. Motion to close?
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And just, we're leaving the record open for me to submit the objection, just to clarify.
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, with no, I don't believe there's
Yeah.
anything else the board wanted for me on this one.
no
Yeah.
revised plans or anything?
No, there wasn't anything revised plan. We'll put a condition about, no combustible material. And the signage, I think the note, you already have a note saying to comply with the C1 and DOB to review and approve.
Correct.
And Mr. Goldstein, Community Board?
Yeah, I don't think we have a community board yet.
Yes, with the community board executive.
Oh, no,
committee-
that was okay.
Approved. Yeah.
No, that
Was
was
the
the executive. We're
executive.
still waiting for
The final, right? Yeah.
They're not, the executive was the final. They're not gonna have a meeting on this.
They
there's
sent us
wait-
a letter.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
the letter
Did get
from-
something.
Yeah, from the executive, yeah.
this was done, the executive committee met last summer already. They didn't want to have another meeting on it. They were happy with it because there've been no complaints about the site ever.
I think the vice chair meant that oftentimes when the executive committee is so okay with it that the main board doesn't want to meet, we get a letter from the community board saying that they don't want to hold a meeting on it.
They're not,
Nice.
yeah.
I can reach out and I can have, and I'll ask that maybe if you want to double check, have staff reach out. But this was about a year ago and they told me that when I followed up now, because there was an error with the original finding where we changed it from from a BZ to SOC.
Right.
We followed up again with them and they were fine with it again.
We need an email, at least an
And-
email.
Right, and you have, this was a question that Commissioner Sheta had, you haven't heard any complaints. I guess the community board has not heard any complaints from the
Right.
neighbors.
And there have been no DOB or ECB violations ever on the property as well. So we've been good neighbors and we endeavor to continue to be good neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay,
Mark.
thank you very much.
71328 BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island. Mr. Gupta's, or Nazir? Oh, it's only Mr. Gupta?
Yes.
Okay. The Waka, sorry, Gupta. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Diwakar Gupta for the applicant Nazir J. Kanzada. I listened to the review session this morning. We do not have the community board recommendation yet. We haven't presented yet, but we're planning to present in September. And we'll submit a copy of the presentation materials and the recommendation report as soon as we have it. The TPPN 1099 compliance will add to the plans and will clarify in the statement of facts and findings those calculations as well. Same for the VR 11-412. We'll add it to the plans and we'll make it more clear in the facts and findings. But both of where the convenience store and the expansion are both in compliant with those two. We'll add handicap parking, so we'll turn the parking space in front of the store into a handicap parking space, and we'll add a striped, that's the one that's closest to the convenience store entrance, and we'll add a striped walkway between the parking space and the entrance. We're proposing 24 hours of operation for both the gas station and the convenience store. And we'll add details to the planting bed, details about the landscaping to the plans. So the depth of the planting bed and exactly what plants will be installed. And we'll show where the drains are on the site, on the plans.
You know, something I completely overlooked is the trash enclosure. Where is the trash enclosure being proposed? This is a convenience store, so you're going to get a lot more goodies for the rats.
It's going to be indoors. It's on the left side of the building.
Can you point me to the plans? I'm looking at the plan.
8. Page 8, the proposed floor plan. It's on the upper left corner of the building.
Ah, I see. Okay. So trash will be stored there. Okay. I have a question. How does one get into that storage space behind the coolers?
It's going to be like a push-in space. So in the one of the coolers, you can there's going to be you can push past it to enter the storage space in the back.
Wow, a secret chamber. Okay. Yeah, I looked at it and Okay. I just want to let the board know, if you recognize this site, you'll remember there's a site across the street that the board had approved for a variance for a home, and I think it's captured in one of the photos. Yeah. Okay, I think this is the proposal that your client is making is definitely going to be an improvement to what the site condition is. So any other questions or comments? Okay, any other questions, comments? None. Let's then go to the public.
Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 71328 BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island.
Second.
You get it?
We are getting a little bit outdoor noise.
It's all right, it's quiet now. Should keep that door closed, I think.
All right,
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 713-28 BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number as 827-5583-9838 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are all permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay.
Oops, I can't.
So the corrections that you need to make is to the plan. This is adding the calculations of the TPPN and the zoning resolution section 11-412.
Hmm.
Anything else that I missed?
We're also need to submit the community board recommendation.
Right,
So
yes.
that's going to be in September, or I think they'll meet in September and we'll present in September.
You have already presented or?
We have not presented yet.
Okay,
We have not.
you have not presented yet, so it's scheduled for September hearing?
Yes, I have to confirm the scheduling, but they usually meet in the first week of September.
Okay. Okay, so
I don't see anybody with hands, no call-ins.
okay, so I would suggest that we push this out to end of October. This way it will give the chance for the community to review, make its recommendation, and then you can make the submissions. I don't want to close this for one reason, because I do think the community board will have some comments and questions on this one. I don't know why I have that suspicion. And if that affects anything with the plan changes or anything, I want to give us the opportunity to deliberate and review it and make those changes. So I would say October hearing. If you have a scheduled date of the hearing and then we can try to put it for the early part of October. Otherwise, I'll schedule it for the second part of October.
Second part of October should be fine.
Okay, all right.
That'll be October 30th.
Yeah, October.
30/31 with the submission date of October 12th.
Yeah.
Diwaka.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we move on?
Yes, please.
Continuation of new cases, 89785 BZ, 1415 Madison Avenue, Manhattan. This is Hillary Ascott. Asrat, sorry. Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yourself? Are you by yourself?
Huh?
I am, yes.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's questions. Comments.
Hillary Abstract-Hamburg from Venable. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. We attended this morning's review session and we appreciate the board's support of this important application for the community. I wanted to run through the questions and comments that we heard. First, regarding the community board approval. The community board approval was conditioned upon Mount Sinai's continued good faith efforts to be a committed neighbor. I spoke with Brad Beckstrom, who is the Director of Government Relations for Mount Sinai during our break, and he continued to support this condition and stated that Mount Sinai will absolutely continue to work with its local community and CB11. And they are committed to doing this with regard to providing quality healthcare, improving health outcomes, participating in local events, hiring of local residents, supporting local businesses by purchasing goods and services locally, and enhancing oncology services in the community, which is one of the reasons that this request is being made to the board. To specifically address the comments raised by Commissioner Shetta in terms of first the sky exposure plane. The sky exposure plane penetration will be from a height of 109 feet through 116 feet. And this information is included in the statement of findings for a special permit, but we're happy to include that in the statement of facts as well. Additionally, in terms of the increase in lot coverage, we are happy to include the percentages of the breakdown. The total lot coverage is included on page 7 of the statement of facts. And on the plans, we note that this is a 0.4% increase in lot coverage, but happy to provide the bullet point breakdown for each area as well. And lastly, we certainly understand that the BSA is not reviewing any of the structural components and would be quite comfortable with the BSA adding that as a condition as needed.
Yeah, sure. I have to say, this is quite a complicated application, and your team did a very good job of putting this complex set of information in a very succinct way. And also diagrammatically, it was very easy to follow, and the narrative went along very well with it. So I was very happy with the entire package, and very it was informative and very thorough, as all our board members have stated.
Thank you, Chair. We really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board members? Okay. Fire department.
No?
Do we have anything from the fire department?
John? Deputy Chief Daley, do you have any comments?
I know the department has no comment. We have, as a matter of fact, I had witnessed testing of all the suppression system at the hospital, and we're quite happy. And so we have no objection to this application.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 89785BZ 1450 Madison Avenue. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, and you will enter the Zoom webinar ID number 827-5583-9838 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, raise your hand. It's a small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
We could make them this afternoon and have them in tomorrow. It's a quick turnaround. I know we are still awaiting the final review of the environmental documents, specifically of the phase 1, but that has been submitted, and we have the one change to the EAS noise section already ready to go and submit that as well. So again, we can submit the requested changes quite quickly, and to the extent it would be possible to be heard in September, Mount Sinai would certainly appreciate that.
I'm going to do my best, but I'm not going to promise. As you heard me earlier, I mean, our September calendar is absolutely packed. But we recognize the importance of this institution, and this particular improvement would be to the betterment of the community and the health. So we'll do our best. I would like to target for September, but if not, the first week of October, definitely.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good seeing you.
You as well. Thanks, everybody.
let's do one thing. Can we close this? Because I don't think that we have any issues with the findings. It's only cleaning up the documents. And the phase one, anything that comes up, the phase one, those could be conditions that can be added to the drawings and can be part of our resolution.
Just
Okay.
the special.
Because it's not related to the findings of the special permit.
Okay,
Yeah, I think you could.
okay. So, I'm gonna make a motion.
Yeah, make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Sorry. Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
2017-217 BZ, 4855 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. So I think this is Alexia, right? Alexia.
Okay. Alexia Landesman. Is she in?
Yeah, she's here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see her.
You want to mute?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, commissioners. We have attended the executive session. It appears that the only outstanding comments were you requested a timeline of the construction, and just a clarification. We are looking for a 4-year term, and so we'll just submit a cover letter highlighting that as well as a timeline. That's all. And if that's everything, we were hoping to close today, if possible.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments?
Public.
Let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2017-217 BZ, 4855 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial in 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 827-5583-9838 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to raise your Zoom hand, please use the one that is in the bottom, the little hand that is in the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to promise a September. October is very definitely likely. But we can close.
Wait till we finish. Ooh. Gets me every time to the. You want to make a motion to close?
Yes, motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2018-21 BZ, 1773 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn.
This will be Lyra Altman.
Sarah Altman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and respond to the board's comments.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. I did attend your executive session earlier today and heard your comments. I've also spoken with the contractor on the job and the homeowner since the time of the review session. First of all, I want to confirm that Council Vine was correct This was filed with DOB, this was approved, but permits have not been pulled. And of course, we're not able to pull permits right now because we don't have a valid BSA until this is extended. With respect to an extended timeline, as I said, I already spoke with the contractor. By the end of today, I will have a more detailed timeline for your board explaining the 3 years being requested. And I believe those were all the comments.
And also the status.
The status, as I said, is that the application was filed at DOB, it was approved at DOB. Mr. Vine is correct.
So include that also in your submission.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Any questions or comments? Let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we were discussing is 2018-21 BZ 1773 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 827-5583-9838. Sorry, start this. And the pound sign. At the next prompt, after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, to be able to speak on if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you're permitted to, once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I've been informed that I will have the timeline by the end of the day today. And I can, of course, add the information regarding the permits to the statement today as well. So as soon as your board is ready, we can be ready.
We'll try September, but October is more likely, early October.
Understood.
Okay.
Would it be possible to close the hearing today?
Yes, we can close it.
Just have to wait.
But we'll do it again, early October.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Make motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number, 2018-188A and 2018-189A, 194-28 and 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens. This is Ms. Atlantisman. Yeah.
I'm not able to find the plan.
Hello again.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Alexia Landisman on behalf of the applicant. We have attended the executive session. We've only received the DOT comments last week, and so the architect is working to revise the site plan so we can remove all of the comments and just get the sign off. As of right now, that's the only update we have. This case was just waiting on sign off from DOT, so we're just working on that. I believe the architect should be able to submit it by the end of the week, and so depending on when they review that, hopefully we should get sign off soon. But I would like to push the next hearing to, October, so we have ample time for them to respond, because they've taken some time to review documents in the past.
Yeah, yeah. I think I will move this even to the second part of October, just to make sure you have enough time.
Right.
I mean, it'll only take you like a week to make these corrections.
Right. So the site plan, so there was issues with the site plan because the architect has changed, and so the new architect had to redo the whole thing. So, and I believe that they're still reviewing our building pavement plan, sorry. And so we haven't even received final comments from that yet.
When do you think you'll be receiving that?
Tony, can you chime in on that?
Did you file it at DOB?
What is it?
You filed it at DOB?
We filed it with the DOB, yes.
Yeah, because that was a question.
Filed it a while ago, actually. I submitted it to you and we filed.
Yeah, but you saw that at DOB, the
Yeah.
email from building,
DOT. Yeah, so they're still reviewing it. So it's really, at this point, we're waiting. But we do want to close this and we are working we just received the comments and the architect's working on them right away. We started working on them right away.
Do you think November would give plenty of time? Okay, let's do end of October, and if we
October,
think,
end of
if we're not
October.
going to get in, we will push it to November then.
That works. Well, I'll
Just to-
follow up with Tony to see if they've responded and we'll stay on top of them and we'll figure it out accordingly. But thank you for the cooperation. Obviously, we want to close this as well.
Yeah,
Clients, you
it's been one of the longest running games. Now you're going for the record.
Go big or go home, right?
Yeah. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna keep.
Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2018-188A and 2018-189A, 194-28, and 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 827-5583-9838, plus the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, to be able to speak on, if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in or recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your application, the application.
I don't think we have anything else to discuss. We've stated end of October or November. And you'll keep us posted as to how you're proceeding so that we can schedule it accordingly.
Everything that's going to be, all our correspondence with DOT, I will CC Tony on it, just so we're all on the same page as far as responses. But yes, absolutely.
Yep, please do. So until we have that, we cannot close, so it has to remain open. Okay. Well, thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. 2022-28A through 2022-30A, 1517-19 Bedell Street, Staten Island.
This is
Victoria?
Mr. Ronald Victoria and Linda Victoria.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Weird. They're still in the room. For some reason. On in. Mr. Vittorio? There he is. His hand is raised. Wasn't being there. Why he's not in?
Oh, I don't see. Oh, I see Ronald Victoria.
Can you unmute?
I guess
Mr.
he's the only
Vittorio?
person then.
Oh, you can click him in. I can't get that. Oh, there he is. Why is he unmute, Mr. Vittorio? No,
And
I'm
it's
still
only
can't hear
Mr.
you.
Victoria, not Linda.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, are you by yourself, Mr. Vittorio?
I am, yes, I am by myself.
Okay, please state your name for the record and address the board's comments, please.
Ronald Victoria, registered architect. I thank you. I was in attendance at this morning's hearings and will address the items that were raised by the Madam Chair and the commissioners. First, I wanted to give a clarification on the C1-1 overlay zone and the as of right permission to build semi-attached and attached housing at the time prior to the change of the section, I think on 10/27/2005. In the zoning regulations under bulk regulations, Prior to the zoning change, these units were looked at and governed by the commercial rules. Section 34-23 modified yard requirements. 34-231 reduced the front yard. You didn't have to provide a front yard. And the bulk regulations under 34-111 allowed you to build in accordance with R32 zoning, even if the district was within R3X, because you were within a C11, a C1-1 district. I will clarify this and follow up and put that
That
in.
would be
submission.
helpful.
Do you want the zoning sections, or would you want a copy of the zoning set, the extracts?
Yeah, because my understanding is in commercial district, if you do build residential uses, it kind of goes, I mean, it refers you back to the Article 2 for most of it, and this is not in any special district or anything that would, it became part of special district later on, isn't it? South Richmond Special District.
That's correct.
Yeah, but even that would have much more stringent requirement than what the underlying is. So that's why I'm kind of a little bit baffled by the fact that this was approved, but do provide that information. That would be helpful.
Okay. Further clarification, I believe, Madam Chair, you brought up a non-clarity of the date on the approved plans. I looked into this and did some further research. 2 of the units were approved on, let me see, 2 of the units were approved. 15 and 17, 15 was approved on 10/6/05, 17 and 19. 17 was approved on 10/7 and 19 was approved on 10/6. They were professionally self-certified by the original applicant. And in those days, the drawings were perforated. They weren't perforated until the applicant went down to DLB. The drawings are all perforated 10/11/2005.
So you went through these numbers very quickly. So in your submission, just put all the information.
I will, yes, once again, I will do so. Once again, as a reminder, on the approvals, there was also a audit that was done on the 19th, 11/12/2019. So the entire set of drawings was reviewed for compliance with zoning. It's well after the date of the approval, but regardless, it was still reviewed.
And this is the entire approval of 3 units.
That's correct. And they were all dated 11/12/2019. You can clearly see that on the application's detail sheet, which has previously been provided. But I'll resubmit, and I will highlight that item that there was an additional audit done in 2019, separate from the one done for 11/27/07 compliance. That was done on 10/27/2005. So there were 2 separate audits, one for zoning and then one for compliance to meet the code change.
So the zoning was done when?
Zoning was done on 11/12/2019. That's on the application's detail sheet. You'll see that right under the DLB approval.
And the 2001 was done for when? For what?
2000. I'm sorry, just repeat
You
this.
said 2007, also another audit was done.
2000, what, it was, the audit was done on, that was for the 11/27/07 compliance, showing that the foundations and placement of work prior to the zoning change.
Okay, right.
That was the special audit. The other one was just the zoning audit.
Okay, so I think we got only one of them, or. And which one was the one that approved the entire 3 dwelling units? Was the zoning audit or was it the foundation audit?
So there were 3, the zoning audit that was done on 11/12/2019 was done separately on 15, 17, and 19. If you look at the biz application sheet, you'll see that that audit was accepted, 3 separate applications.
Okay.
All right. And then the same simultaneously happened for the special audit. to comply with the 10/27/205 date. And that was done separately for each unit. And that sign off has been submitted to the commission.
That was for foundation.
That was for foundation verification, placement, yes. In response to Commissioner Brown's comments, our office will provide a much clearer Excel spreadsheet itemizing each invoice, the scope of work, the date that that work was performed, in order to clarify compliance with the 10/27/2005 date, and we will total up the costs for each one of those items. The problem, well, I don't want to use the problem. The issue that we have here is that the bank in which these checks were all paid for is no longer in existence. We contacted the bank who did the merger and purchase Victory Bank at, wait a minute, yes, I think it was Victory Bank. Northfield said they only keep records back 7 years. They're not keeping any records any further than that. The property owner is looking to see if they can find their checks from that time, but she said, Ron, the likelihood that I kept them from 2005 is unlikely. But we'll make that effort to try and give the backup checks indicating payment.
If you can't give the backup checks, you can go with the invoices. My comment really had to deal with the fact that it was all just thrown together. And that really relied on us on the board to sit there with a calculator, figure out whether or not these checks added up, what they added up to, whether or not, I mean, not checks, invoices, whether or not the invoices were duplicative of any charges. We couldn't fit, it was too difficult for us to spend the time to figure it out.
I realize the value of your time. I will make that clear. That was completely on me. And not being familiar with the process that you people need and the commissioners need to make hopefully a favorable decision for my client.
I don't know if it would help. If you do need a sample, please do reach out. Is this Ms. Matias, your case?
Yes,
Reach out to Ms. Matias and we can provide you with a sample.
I will do so. Also, Commissioner Brown brought up the serious loss statement. We will also do the same. I was not familiar with Marshall and Swift. The delay in my client attempting to try and get checks to verify payments. We have a little more clarity on that, and that will be further submitted and clarified for you individually and then totals.
Well, you don't need the Marshall and Swift. When you're talking about the relative loss in value, it's much simpler than that. All you have to tell me, because it's a question of, as of right, one home versus the 3 attached homes, cite a source, could be a realty company, could be a set of listings that you're using, and give us just comparative sales. 3 attached homes would sell for, in this neighborhood, $500,000 a piece. One detached home that's larger than what this neighborhood usually has in it might only sell for $700,000. Therefore, there'll be a relative loss in value between the 3 attached homes and the 1 detached home. Serious loss. It's easy, but I just need you to cite your source just to complete the record.
And to add to that, obviously, the existing work that's there will have to be demoed, foundations assumed because they don't comply. So that would also factor in as a line item, correct?
Right, yes, that'll factor in as a line item, but it could be only based on what you actually put in or invested in the site as of the zoning change date.
Right.
So you don't have, based on what I looked at quickly, you don't have the $1.07 million in expenditures as of October 2005. You have $100,000 worth of expenditures at that time, because what you did was excavate and lay your foundations down. You didn't do the structure at that point. So
you're saying by the 07 date, or what was in place?
05 date, the zoning
05 date.
date. So you're working off of that. And so your better argument is the loss in relative value.
Okay.
But you could add whatever your invoices are, being that you have to rip out those foundations, you could just add that to it, but that's not really going to make your case. Your case is that you are now limited in what you could actually build there in a major way.
Claire. I believe were all the issues that were raised. If there are any other comments, I'll try to address them now.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Mr. Victorio? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing, sorry, is 2022-28A through 2022-30A, 1517-19 Bedell Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the Zoom webinar ID number as 827-5583-9838 and the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
So, Madam Chair, my client is quite anxious to resolve this matter. I understand there's a heavy September calendar. If we can get on the October 1st calendar, the first hearing date, that would be very helpful to my client, because I will, assuming that the approval is granted, have to go back to DOB, update the approvals. She would like to start construction and get at least the enclosure of the building prior to the cold weather coming in. So I would ask to be on the first calendar dates in October. I think the 2nd and the 3rd.
Okay, yep. All right, we'll do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments from the commission.
No, we can't close because one of the critical elements of the finding.
Testing it.
Yeah,
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay.
sorry, we can't close, but if your response is really thorough and complete, we can close that day.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And just in case, if we can do it in September, will you be able to?
Let me see what Ms. Matias sends to me and how quickly I can turn it around. When would you have to, what's the closeout date for the September calendar?
Submission for September 18-19 is August 31st.
August 31st?
Yeah, I'll send you a sample spreadsheet, Ron.
Perfect. I'll make every effort to try and comply with that. Otherwise, we'll go to the backup date for October 2nd and 3rd.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anything else? This concludes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Mr. Vittorio.
Thank
This
you.
concludes the public hearing for August 7th, 2023. Thank you for everyone for attending.
Have a good day and
Oh,
have a good
Lynn and
summer.
Alexei's still in the meeting. Weird. Oh, that's sweet.
You're gonna take this off?
Oh, that's sweet for Travis.
I think you're still on.
But Steve, that was sweet too. Said he never met him, but